Hello and welcome to another fantastic show. It is the RC Motorsport Europe live link-up. We are visiting races from across the continent.
Around the entirety of the small part of the globe that Europe encompasses.
Italy, Austria, the United Kingdom, France, where it's raining, Essex.
Where it's not raining.
All kinds of places.
Because obviously Essex is not the same as the UK, is it?
Halifax.
Not the UK either.
No. Okay. Germany.
Yes.
We are going to be all over Europe.
And all over the place.
All over the place.
In so many ways.
Emotionally,
yes,
mentally, and excitedly following races as they happen today. So everything you see today is fully live. Well,
I just pointed, we've got caller 3. I had no caller 3.
You haven't seen we've got Renault on?
No, until then.
We've even got...
Do you think he's in a Renault?
I doubt it. We've even got a 3-time European champion driving home from a race because it's raining. All sorts of things going to be kicking off. It's going to be a lot of fun. Should we look at a track or should we talk to Ollie or should we do a bit of both? We've got Italy. I forgot about Italy. He's looking at me.
Italy.
We're going to talk to Ollie in a minute.
About Italy.
We're going to focus on Italy.
No.
Absolute chaos.
He just said talk to Ollie.
Talk to Italy about Ollie.
Yes, absolutely.
Ollie Meggitt is joining us for parts of today.
Hi, Ollie.
Ollie, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. Was that the reference to Essex for me then?
Yes.
You haven't got another race in Essex I'm not aware of that's about like a mile from my house or something then?
Yeah, they didn't invite you.
No.
It's not raining here yet.
No. And when it rains in Essex, it doesn't matter because the Essex Winter Series is indoors. So
is that
not bothered
now
about
symbol for indoors?
Yes, yeah. Under a cover.
I'd like to point out I have been to meetings indoors that got called off because of rain when the roof leaked.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But that doesn't happen at EWS,
no,
right,
it's a proper roof.
I mean, we've had everything over the years, but no leaking roofs so far, thankfully. But yeah, it's great to be back racing again for everybody. I think that's the most important thing. And over 18 months of people barely racing, we managed to get our series finished at the beginning of 2021, and then literally that was 2 weeks before the lockdown stuff started. Then we couldn't do anything last year, and did a few outdoor pieces, and and now looking forward to going back indoors. But we got some great races, I think, to finish off the summer this weekend, haven't we?
Hopefully.
Yes. Hopefully. Well,
yes.
We have. I don't know if we can see Renault. Am I asking too much to bring Renault in? Oh no. Yes.
The producer's look there was like you've literally.
Renault, can we turn your camera? Can you turn your phone?
He's driving his car.
No, he's not. He's on a hands-free. Can you turn it? I don't know if it's. Oh, he's playing music.
Bang goes our copyright strike.
Oh dear. Oh wow.
This is live.
Shall we?
It's all planned out, isn't it?
Yes. This is good.
Doesn't hear us. Can you hear us now, Renault?
Okay, there's Renault.
Here I am.
Hey.
So Ollie was just saying how great it is to be.
You can't hear us anymore.
Since they turned the camera on,
He's been attacked by a Dalek as well.
Yes, he's being attacked.
Here.
Okay. Well, anyway, there's Renault, and the story behind that is, and we'll leave Renault. We'll leave Renault. Let's look at some races that are happening. The story behind that is, right, we were going to join the French Nationals today in 1/8 nitro off-road buggy, but they've been rained off to the point where Renault is in a car driving home already on finals day.
Hopefully a Renault.
Nick hopes it's a Renault.
That's
popping
Rennies.
Yes.
Fantastic. Boss driving.
Ollie, we're going to...
Hi, Ray. Renault.
Renault, Renault, we're going to say goodbye because I think technically it's not working and you're not racing anyway, but it's lovely to see your beautiful face again. Let's see some racing.
Can we go to Italy? Should we go to Italy?
Yes, let's go to Italy.
Ollie, do you want to go to Italy?
I love Italy. Let's go to it.
You've come to Italy with us.
You've come to Italy. There's nothing on the track.
There's people.
there's people milling about. Are you aware of the Trofeo Max Power race with AMSI over in Italy A lot of top drivers over there.
I heard a lot about it in the on Facebook and everything in the lead up to the race. It looks a really great track, and I've seen some of the guys practicing and things. Saw some videos from Dario. I think end of the week, Thursday or something, when he was out there to get some first practice in. Looks a great facility, and I think fantastic weather they've got there by the look of it as well. So should be great. Nitro on-road racing is alive and well, certainly in Italy, as we know, and great to get a kind of good entry there and good contingent from across the continent. Really, I think it's going to be.
Do you like a red and black track, Ollie?
It reminds me of Steel City in the USA. That's red and black as well, isn't it? But I like what I like the most. What I like the most is the fact it looks really well presented. So I don't care if the infield's blue or green or grass. You know, the track just there looks fantastic, and that's the sort of tracks we want to go racing on, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, of course. Alessio Mazzeo, Dario Balestri. Obviously, the Italians fairly dominant in Nitro on road. Have you got any favourites who might be competing over there?
So, obviously, my work with the Euro Nitro Series over the last couple of years, we've been fortunate. We've been able to run a couple of those races. We ran 2 in 2020 and 1 in 2021. Unfortunately, again, with travel restrictions that we've had, not everybody could get to all of those. So that made it harder. But we've seen, particularly someone like Simon Kurzbuch as well. He's still been, one of the men to beat from Switzerland. Also, Silvio Hachler from Switzerland too. But Dario, you can never count him out, can you? World champion. He's got a fantastic team behind him, and put him into any situation, he's going to be up there. Alessio Mazzeo, also a great personality for us to have as part of Efra as well. I think it's really great that he's kind of almost shown a bit of a turn of speed since he's kind of had a change of sponsor, I think, a couple of years ago. He's really back on it again. So, yeah, it's really great to watch those guys battling it out. I just love, particularly when you get to the long finals and things, you have so much strategy comes into it, and so much other stuff comes into those nitro races, just makes it really exciting. And if you're at the track, you've got the noise and the smell, and, it's just something different. And particularly in Italy, where you've got all the crowd behind it as well, it's always a fantastic atmosphere you create with nitro racing.
And the food.
Food, yes, absolutely.
What I like is what Ollie doesn't realise, he's actually inadvertently quoted our favourite quote of all time.
The smell and the noise.
The noise and the smell!
There you go.
He asked the question, why do you like racing? Literally, that was his answer, wasn't it?
It was a very passionate Dutchman.
Yes.
Who said that to us.
Was he talking about the cars or the pit area?
Well, in fairness, it was large scale, because who knows?
Talking about the kitchen. We've got. You mentioned Dario and Alessio. We are hoping to have them both join us at various points today. Dario claims he's going to close the track over in Italy to talk to us
by sheer force of personality
at 2 p.m. CET. So we'll believe that when we see it.
I wouldn't be counting that out, and I wouldn't question what Dario's capable of doing on and off the track.
Yes, indeed. We've got 2 UK races happening. Obviously, you're very familiar with both of these classes. What are we going to take a look at first, guys? Halifax or Bedworth? Lucky dip. We wait and see what comes up on the screen. And it's Bedworth.
You gave him the choice, and there was this look of panic then. No, tell me what to do. Don't give me a choice. Tell me what to do.
So we are live looking at Bedworth right now for round 5 of the electric touring cars. And that's the driver's stand.
How come you're not there, Ollie? I thought you did the National Series.
Not so many this year. Been focusing on a few other bits and pieces at the moment, and particularly now, to be honest, so yesterday, this is the unglamorous side of racing. We were down at our venue for EWS, clearing out a shed, throwing out all stuff away. So that's been most of my weekend so far. So, a few of the guys out there racing.
The thing is, Ollie, it just proved you got old because you spent the weekend going down to the tip.
Oh yeah, we went to the tip. The tip is exciting.
That's a big thing for every middle-aged man gets a trip to the tip.
The tip. Yeah.
I know.
Any predictions for Bedworth? Obviously, it's the usual suspects with Chris Granger, Ollie Jeffries, the usual crowd.
Yeah, so Ollie's already wrapped up the national championship, so kind of just bragging rights up for grabs for him. But, someone like Ollie's never going to be given up. He's not taking this one easy by any shout. Chris has always been quick, but I know he kind of struggled a bit in practice yesterday. Kyle Branson and Zach Smith, I think, were fastest yesterday. So Zach might not be a name that many of the European viewers are aware of, but he's certainly been kind of working his way through the through the rankings in the UK. Certainly kind of not quite able to mount a title challenge this year, but he's proved he can be up there, made a good few podium finishes. Carl Branson, probably best from nitro racing, but seems to be focusing on electric this year. You can never really count him out. He's always super fast and super aggressive as well. So around a small track like Bedworth, that can help an awful lot. So I think there should be some good racing there. A lot of guys have been testing there. It's a popular track for everybody to go to, so it should be good. Look at the results so far from the first couple of rounds of qualifying. Looks like some fairly mixed instance there, as we see someone rolling going onto the back straight, and that shows how tough even this relatively simple track layout can be for everybody. So it should be some good racing as we're into round 3, I think, of qualifying now.
I think so.
Yeah. So I think that's the final round of qualifying for the day, I believe, with the finals kicking off around about 2:30 local time. Pretty good turnout as well, I believe.
Yeah, it's been the UK racing, to be honest, across all the on-road classes seems to have been a bit weird over the last year. Obviously, I think pretty much all the nationals for all the classes were cancelled in 2020. 2021, pretty much all of them have been up and running again. Touring cars seems to have struggled a little bit in some respects. We've got a national series and we've got a clubman's championship, which, if you like, is more kind of like some of the stock classes, their sort of national series. So it sort of split the entry a little bit this year, which maybe wasn't the best solution given the slightly low numbers we got, but we wouldn't have known that a year ago when you put the rules in place. But yeah, last round of the series here, they've got a decent entry in both the modified class and the 13.5 super stock class. So yeah, it should be good, and hope that builds on the class as well. It's great to see people out there racing touring cars again. It's that's my class, that's what I started in, so it's always nice to see kind of good entry lists when you get to those races.
This is why we needed Ollie on, because he knows what he's talking about.
I know, but you know how I'm frightened of experts.
Shall we pick up from Bedworth and travel north very quickly, all the way up to
north,
Halifax?
Halifax, all right.
Where the nitro engines will be blazing. We have Frank over with Harry at Halifax. Oh, we can see it on our screen now.
Is it a blaster, Frank?
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll save that.
Save that for later.
Do you keep up to date with Nitro 1/8 on road, Ollie?
1/10.
That looks like 8. That's the GTE. That's the GTEs.
Yeah.
I do kind of keep up to date with the front end of the national series. I will admit I don't look at the results too closely. You kind of see the podium results. And again, you've got people like Carl, who sometimes races in the gas classes. Alex Thurston is a name that we all probably know quite well as well. His mum's a big part of Efra too. So I guess they've been focused on the UK since we haven't had the European Championships. But it's good to see a strong entry here. I think again their last round of the series, and they've got one of the biggest entries they've had. But Halifax again is one of the fantastic tracks we've got in the UK. Really lucky to have facilities like that, particularly well suited for nitro racing. And I suppose since we're talking about that, I'd like to give a little bit of a shout out to Adam Southgate, who's running in the GT8 class. He won the last round of the Nationals, his first national win. He's part of my EWS team. He's I think he's about 17 years old, so he's been working his way through the field, and it was nice for him to get a win, get that first notch on the board. And yeah, it's been exciting racing. And I think nitro again, as we said with the race in Italy, you get the long finals, and anything can happen. And it's about being there at the right time and making sure you've got a reliable car. And he's battled against some really big names over the year, and starting to prove himself up there. So I've been really pleased to sort of see his progress as well.
Absolutely. What do you make of this class, this GT8 class?
My honest opinion is I don't.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
I don't like them. Let's put it that way. I think
that's all right. We're allowed not to like everything, as you know.
The thing for me is I have a worry that you start to add more classes like this in, and you're diluting some of the classes. And there's a massive positive that it gives an additional class for people to get racing in, but I think the scales of the body shells just look wrong to me. It just looks a bit weird. Nitro 8 scale and 10 scale racing is absolutely fantastic racing, and the cars look good, and they've been around for a long time, and you get some really close racing. And I'd almost prefer to see not have these other classes like GT8, get everybody to race in 1/10 or 1/8, and you make the fields bigger there, and you get great racing across the whole piece. But I know, as well, as we always said, the most important thing with racing is to get people actually racing. And if it means adding an extra class to get more people in there and get more people involved in the hobby, then I'm not going to knock that. And, we see that happening in all the series. You are adding extra classes in because you do want to get as many people racing as possible.
Do you think there's a natural evolution of a class where it kind of, the survival of the fittest with the classes? Some of them will die and some of them will come.
I definitely think so, and we've seen that. And I know Nick's also been racing longer than I have, and we've seen over time classes grow and fall in popularity, and just about a year longer than me, isn't it, Nick?
Yes. Yeah. One of those years.
A year longer than you've been alive.
One of those years in Interstellar. One of those years.
Yeah. But yeah, I think to be honest, something like 1/10 scale across the whole of Europe is definitely sort of dropping popularity at the moment, and if that's GT8 that's picking up those drivers, then that's a positive thing to keep them in the scene. But yeah, as I say, you kind of always see that ebb and flow between classes. Some things are more popular at other times, depending on, I guess, all sorts of different factors. Is it something like nitro racing? It's much more of a social event because you've got pit men and things like that. So is that kind of been hit a bit harder because of COVID? A lot of races we've had to limit the number of mechanics and things like that. So maybe that's affected that. Whereas electric, you can just turn up to track by yourself, and if there's a small practice day that's been allowed because of the COVID rules, you can still go and race. Whereas nitro's been a bit harder. But then again, over time, people go, well, I love the idea of nitro going faster. You've got tyre changes, you've got fuel stops and things like that. So people go, actually, that's more like the racing I want to do. So, I guess ultimately it comes back to the same thing again. Whatever's getting people racing for me is a great thing.
Yep.
Right.
100%.
That point.
100%. Any predictions for today in Halifax?
Halifax.
Oh, in Halifax. I had the results out. I was trying to do some research.
Yeah, good one. Caught you out. Because I'm supposed to know. I've no idea either what's going on. I've just
Alex
programming stuff.
quickest intent scale at the moment.
Alex, definitely. Alex to the win.
So, let's just say Alex. It's going to be Alex, isn't it?
Fair enough.
Total agreement.
Fair enough. Cool. Ollie, thanks for joining us.
That's all right. Have a good rest of the day, and maybe I'll pop back in later on and see if my predictions have come anything like accurate.
Yes, it would be really good to check in with you towards, as the afternoon progresses, if we need to inject some sense and some knowledge into the broadcast, when things are running a little bit low, dial you in and we can pick everything back up again.
Facts thing again.
Am I the best you've got around sense and knowledge?
Have you seen who's here?
We'll take what we can get, Ollie. Thanks for joining us, and we'll speak to you in a bit.
Have a great day, everyone. See you later on.
Bye.
See you in a bit. So, that leaves us to shed a bit of light on a few more European races.
Oh, yes. Exciting.
Renault's given up. He's
much like the French national.
Yes, he's continuing to drive home and says he's going to try again when
Does
he
he
gets
have a
home.
Renault?
I don't know. It's
Well,
not the first question you ask the guy, is it?
Yes, if your name was Seat Brown, you say, have you got a Seat? If your name was Ford Smith, Ford Renault Savoy, have you got a Renault?
I guess.
Yes.
I guess.
That's a motoring thing, isn't it? Anyway, comments from Mr. Little Chili goes, good morning from Maryland, USA. And Judith Makeware goes, hooray! Which is a link to something else I do in another program entirely.
Okay, cool. Just general joy.
It's about me.
Yay! We have to thank X-Ray for supporting this stream. X-Ray are the title sponsor of this live stream, and we are going to be talking to some X-Ray superstars, as well as looking at the new X4.
Are we allowed to?
Well, no. We're taking a distant look because obviously they're showing it bit by bit.
Are we peering through a lens with Vaseline over it?
Something like that, but that's just what Ash did on this morning during
sorry
breakfast.
About that,
So, yes, we're going to have a chat with Ollie Jeffries in a bit. And you see on your screens there, Italy's up and running again now at the Cronio Speed Park. Great to have the track open with some action. Oh, we have to remember we've got 5 minutes till we get to Dario. Ooh. Shall we get James Stewart to talk to Ollie Jeffries about the new X4?
Yes.
And then see if we can get over to Dario Balestri.
Balestri it up.
Let's see if we can do that. Okay, we're going to be talking various bits. We're going to go to the Hoodie Arena live and talk to Alex because they're having a video shoot. We're going to talk to Bruno, who's having a club race in Portugal.
Are they wearing their suits again? Because that's always amusing.
I don't know. We can check in.
I hope they wear their
suits. We'll find out the type of car they're driving and what they're wearing.
I'm hoping it's the suits.
The suits and the cars.
Yes.
Lots of X-Ray action to come. Thank you to X-Ray for being the title sponsor of this stream, the RC Motorsport live link-up. Let's go over to Bedworth, where James is talking to Ollie.
Okay, just joining us down here in the pits at Bedworth for the last round of the BRCA Touring Car Nationals, here with Ollie Jeffries running the new X-Ray X4 this weekend. So how's it going so far, Ollie?
It's pretty good. I had a second in the first run. Obviously, you want to be fastest all the time, every round of practice. I wasn't able to run yesterday due to not being here, so you're a little bit on the back foot, but yeah, I mean, it's always close at these races.
Yeah, absolutely. And car, I mean, it's the new car that you're running. How long have you had the car, and how much involved in the development of it have you been?
So I received the car, I think it's back in February, March time, maybe early March. Obviously, we was in lockdown then, so I had this car sat there that I couldn't do a great deal with. Obviously, I could work on it and, you know, we could do stuff like that, but I wasn't able to go to a track till whenever it was, end of March, early April. So I've been running it on and off since then, trying to keep it as secret or as covered as you can, which isn't always so easy, because naturally, if you've got something, you know, if you've got a towel over your desk, it kind of draws attention to it anyway. So yeah, just been going to obviously all the tracks we travel to, running it here and there and comparing it to the old car. And it's only the past month that we've been racing the car. So yeah, it's been interesting, however many months that is.
No, I was going to say, I mean, it's clearly the old car was very well developed. So when you put the new car on the track, was it instantly as quick as the old car? Did it take some development to get it to the same stage? At what point were you comfortable that you could put it down and be quicker than you were with the existing platform that you knew?
So the 21 car was at its sort of end of life, if you like, that sort of philosophy and design of car. There wasn't much we was going to get, or much more we could really get out of it. So we knew exactly what to do with, you know, if you put half a mil shim here or there, what effect it's going to have on the car. So when you change the platform completely, you effectively start from scratch. You obviously understand theories and what it should do, but when you go to a new track, you are kind of, you got nothing to, you know, you can't just open your setup sheets out and put a setup on from last year. So initially it was fast. There was some things that, you know, as with any new car, we need to work on this area, we need to work on that area. But one of the things X-Ray can do is develop really quickly. So I speak to Martin almost every day on WhatsApp, and I'm pretty sure he sent me updates on new parts almost every week from, you know, March time. So it's been really impressive, the development rate, and yeah, it's almost like Formula One in terms of the updates we've had. I mean, in terms of versions of the car, I've probably had 4 or 5 variations of it. You know, not necessarily the whole car's different, but big chunks of it have changed. You know, suspension arms, flex, positions of all sorts of things. So yeah, it's even now we're still learning. You know, it still feels new, even though I run it for most of the year on and off. It still feels like a new car in that respect, because you think, oh, okay, we haven't tried this, or we're at this track and we haven't tried that, and we did it at that track. So you're trying to build up a database of things, you know, which the 21 car was an evolution of the 20 car.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like a radical change, so all the sort of setups kind of worked. You just had a few other options to try. So with this, it's completely new. So it's yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's nice to be part of a new platform and develop it right from the start. And I think some of the other countries were obviously struggling with lockdown, so we were fortunate we could race actually quite early compared to some of the other countries. So a lot of development we've done have been on UK tracks, which is really helpful.
Okay. And how close is what you're running? Do you think it will end up to the production car? Is it almost a production car, what you've got now?
There's a few bits on it that are production. It's not a complete car. My car's kind of evolved over the year. I wouldn't say I've had a kit as such. It's just been parts that have been bolted on through the year. So yeah, there's some things that have been finalised. There's a few bits that, you know, even now are still being worked on. And even when it's released, you know, X-Ray won't just release it and say, okay, that's it for the next year. We'll work on it, test it, try new things. Yeah, so it's the 21 was at the end of its life. It's here. The X4 is already matching it, or is quicker, and we've got an endless amount of things to try still.
Cool. And I think one of the things that's been, or the thing that's been announced so far and shown so far, are the wishbones with the carbon insert. So do you want to talk us through them?
Yeah. So this is a really cool feature that, you know, not only is it's good on track, but it looks really cool. The sort of the benefit of it is you don't have any add-ons. So with a carbon arm, you'd have a bracket for the shock, the roll bar, you know, bits and pieces like that. So not only does that add weight, it's just more things have to screw to it. With this, you've got everything you need. You just put your grub screw in there for your shock and your droop screw. And obviously, you've got your ball for the hub and the inner mount, and that's it. So it's really lightweight. It's really strong, and you don't have all these extra bits being bolted onto it. So it keeps the weight low. It keeps it light, and obviously with the suspension arm, the weight's quite far out. So it keeps everything kind of central. So.
Okay, and can see that's got an M engraved into the carbon. So in terms of changing, presumably that's medium stiffness, is that going to be a change to the composite, or will that be a change to the carbon layup to alter the stiffness of them?
So again, with these, I've had, I don't know how many different variations of soft, medium, hard, different positions. I'm not actually sure yet what will be the final version for it. But yeah, I mean, with the carbon, Martin can tweak all sorts and can make the carbon stiffer. We could obviously, if you wanted to, change the plastic. Because X-Ray do everything in-house, they have great control over what they do. With some prototypes, you can, okay, this prototype works, send it away and get a 1,000 made or whatever. They turn up and then they're different. With this, we know if I try a prototype car, when it comes to be made, it will be exactly what we found works. So again, I guess there'll be some options for different arms, different stiffnesses. We've gone from really soft arms to really stiff arms just to see what they do, because again, it's something with the old car we always ran the graphite versions, and that was it. We never changed it. So it's again, it gives us endless opportunity to try all sorts of different stiffnesses, and carpet and outdoor will be different, so it gives us the option to change for that as well.
Okay, cool. Well, you're not long till you're on, so good luck, and we'll keep an eye on how the car looks on track over the course of the day.
Thank you.
There we go.
Big day. Big day at Bedworth. You know why it's a big day at
Massive
Bedworth?
big day at Bedworth.
Why is it a big
What?
day at
You
Bedworth?
tell me.
Because we are introducing a new member of the RCTV family.
Are we really?
Can we fade up Bedworth and show Bedworth and meet our new voice? Which
Let's
is
meet our new voice.
Steve Lander.
Steve Lander, Bedworth.
He is there, honestly.
He is there.
Yes, he's at Bedworth.
He's got stage fright.
He's
That's
hiding
fine.
behind pictures of us.
Is somebody playing some music back there?
I'm
Yeah,
playing
there we go.
Oh,
You've got two frightened people over here trying desperately
the
to do
producer wants to know
faders.
where the
Okay,
music's
where's that
coming
music
from.
Well, I
coming
said,
from?
is the iPad coming through? Yes. Good. So I'm going to play some music.
Could we have Bedworth, please, with sound? This is the second week.
Yeah, it's the second week, so it's supposed to be a lot smoother than last week.
Yes.
But what happens is we get more ambitious and do more things. You'll see we've got a different backdrop. That's improved. We want you to get involved, by the way.
Oh, could you?
Please comment, and we'll read out your comments. For instance, Mr. McClickley is saying good morning from Maryland in USA. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hooray from Julius Makewar.
Good afternoon, fellas, says Eddie Paez.
Hey, good afternoon.
Yes.
And he's in Belfast.
We got soundboards in this one? Well, no, but you can fade him up and we'll stop talking, you see. We'll introduce him in a kind of a fadey way.
Play out in that one.
There we
Oh,
are.
let's have a look at this.
Hey.
Hey.
All right, Gromit.
Okay, let's go over to Bedworth and we'll just get a few minutes and get a little flavour about what's going
Blue
down
and
there.
White car. That is car 8. And car 8 is Corentin Ducret. Currently leading this heat with a best lap of 13.93. Consistency looks good at 14.08. So just 0.2 of a second almost between the fastest and their average. That shows that they're doing nice consistent laps. Just car looks a little bit stoppy on the hairpins, but this is heat 1 of stock. Runs very, very, very wide onto the green there. Sometimes causes an over rotation when you go really out to the boards. you can see that in these lower heats, the consistency of the line, placement of the car isn't quite there. That's what they're all working on. The car setup looks quite good with this one. It doesn't look to particularly oversteer or understeer. Placing it on the black line, that's where the grip is. Again, just opening up the car, coming out onto the straight, it puts the car into a nice position, keeps the weight on the left side of the car as it's coming through the sweeper. Ooh, a little bit edgy there, waggling the steering. It's not the best way. It just upsets the balance of the car a little. But Corentin there looks to be the only one that's going to get through for the 22 lapper. So Corentin takes the heat win. Tom Meakin finished second and Alex Bush third.
There you have it.
That was it. So that was, in fairness, we did go there at the start of Heat 1.
Right.
Which, on the whole, of a heat heats which generally increase in speed as you go,
yep.
Perhaps not the most dynamic place to start. And let's be honest, it's touring car qualifying, which is a little bit just above grass growing.
Well, we know you've got a whole thing about that.
No, touring qualifying is wrong. It's wrong. This whole pointless... Have we time to discuss this now?
Yes.
Right.
Give us the brief skinny. I've been feeling like you need to move a bit to the left. No.
Oh, my left.
Your left.
But then, I don't know.
Do you know what I mean?
We've noticed it for a long time.
Anyway.
Right.
Go.
We've been qualifying wrong in RC for the last 40 years.
Oh, my word.
That's my précis.
Okay.
How much time do I have details?
Hang on.
And do you know whose fault it is? It's our wonderful friends at people like RC Timing, Everlaps, and everyone else.
Really?
Because in the olden days, when he was a child, long before Ollie was born, for example, what would happen is you'd have an RC meeting, and somebody quite nice would sit down and literally write or mark on a pen or push a button on an abacus. That's not ancient music. That's kind of, if you're trying to foot up my stairs. And they go, oh, Barry's done one lap, Trevor's done 2 laps, Harry's done 3 laps, and that was it. But then we got A and B timing. Thank you, my laps. But it was then decided that qualifying against people racing, well, that wasn't fair. No, what we had to do was just trundle round against the clock. Birdie, 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 birdie. Which was great initially, because obviously people didn't like the fact they could actually crash. But now it's about as interesting as having to sit through a lecture on dust.
Okay.
Because it's just, we saw there, everyone's trying really hard, pointlessly.
Well, so they're trying to improve their time against the clock. They're trying to keep it clean.
And how exciting
they're trying
is
to improve their time.
It's not exciting, is it? Where's the thrill in that?
I don't know. I think it's thrilling to
try
and
do you know what?
get a clean lap. So
it's like people who are good at peloton and people who are actually good at real cycling outside.
Right.
Oh, I'm really good inside of my bicycle. Yeah, you're nothing. No, against real people. You've got to be against real people. That's what counts. And that's what qualifying should be. Every qualifying should be a race. I've outlined on Efra, and you can link to the Efra.
You have.
Why this is better. It's much better for us as people who heard media type things. It's also more fun. Racing is more fun. One of the things I've been doing during the lockdown through no ability to actually race radio control cars, I've been doing sim racing. And it's the race. It's not as good as RC, but it's racing. Every time you go in a race, you see, it's about racing. We do mere practice of days. As I pointed out, if you're actually doing if you do the whole of the European Championships for electric off-road, you're there 6 days. And if you get into the B final, you do 10 minutes of racing in 6 days.
Yes.
Which is ridiculous.
Yes.
So I say. No more qualifying against the clock.
Okay.
The only time the clock is your competitor is in life is when you're going to die. That's the only thing the clock contains about. How long have I got before I die? The rest of the time we're competing against other human beings, aren't we? That's what's great about competition. That's why we race. Competition. Not, I can drive around. And that is the version I wanted to originally publish on Efra WS, but Matt said you've got to turn it down. And then he said I had to put the other view. Which I managed to do in 8 words, didn't I?
You did.
Yes.
You did very well.
Thank you.
You might have another view. You might have another view, and if you do, we want to hear from you. Actually,
there's another view that
do
counts.
you have another view? Should qualifying be a race, or should qualifying be you trying to be the best you can be on the track, so we get clean, fast, competitive races?
I'm going to screen things on the mug. It's
What do
brilliant.
you think? Put your comment below. We want to hear your feedback. Let us know. Should qualifying be a race, or should it be you against
We
the clock?
are competitors. We compete against other people and other machines.
So says Nick. I will say, and Eddie Payers agrees with Nick, what RC needs is to be more exciting like this. This man knows how to inject excitement into just about any situation.
Yes, I've only been arrested twice as well, so that's fine.
Yeah. And what I will say is it was put to the vote as well, qualifying racing, and we are now looking at Halifax, which will be good. For a minute, we're going to get a blast of Frank. But wait. I will say that we did put it to the vote, and I believe the vast majority of people said that they believe qualifying should be a race. However, everybody that took time to write comments and write well thought out arguments went the other way to you.
I know. Do you know why that is?
Why is that?
Because the exciting people just went, yes, we got a race! And the boring people, I don't think we should racing on this.
Okay, you are watching the RC Motorsport live link up, brought to you by X-Ray. This is I can hear myself. Hey, we have Ricardo Berton, who's going to be joining us in a minute. Ricardo, can you turn your phone? Yes.
I thought you said his head.
There we have. Turn your head. We're going to be talking to you. I don't think the viewers can see you yet, but if we can make them see you, it'd be awesome. Because this man, we're going to talk to a guy who is famous across Italy.
I think he is. His screen seems to have frozen worryingly.
He's famous across Italy and was on Sky Sports in Italy this week, which was fantastic. Talking about RC, talking about his thrilling race. Some would say the best race you will ever see in mixed conditions.
Yes, it was. It was the best race I've ever seen in mixed conditions.
In mixed conditions.
It was indeed.
A fantastic race in Italy at the Angaro Ring. Here he is, the man of the moment. Mr. Berton is going to be joining us. He's in the UK.
Yes.
This is strange. We're in the UK, and we're talking to this top Italian driver, Ricardo. Where can we see where you are? Can we see the track? I don't think you can hear us. I think we've got a bit of a tricky connection. It's nice to see him, isn't it?
He's looking very well.
He's looking very well.
Do you know, he's been the European... Oh. There we are. He can hear us. He's in the chat. That's great. Hey. So Ricardo, how did you enjoy being a TV star during the week?
Yeah, it was really fun, I think, for me. That was the first time I've been on TV, honestly, and I was pretty anxious. I met a guy that worked for Sky Italy 2 weeks ago, and he asked me if maybe I could go for an interview, as he wants to try to promote more the sport. And so Sky was quite interesting because sometimes they do little parts in their transmission where they do sports that are not known as football or F1 or things like that. So they got us a little space last day, and so he asked me if I want to do that. But that was really good. I was live, so I was pretty anxious, but they helped me, so it was quite good, I think.
Yeah, the other thing I was thinking about this is that you've now been European champion for as long as our previous guest, Renato Savoy, has. You've both been European champion for 3 years, but you only won it once. How have you been handling? How have you been handling 2 years of non-big racing? What have you been doing in the racing world in the 2 years of the lockdown?
Yeah, I mean, we just did, I think the last big races that we did before was Montpellier. Then we had, in July, the last Portugal race. But luckily I had to especially focus on the car. So, when you're on the car, you practice more than to do bigger races. So,
Might come back.
Might come back.
That was the good side for us, but yeah, of course we all miss as we were usually. Yeah.
Awesome. That's awesome. But you're not, that's Nitro Buggy, 1/8 Buggy that you race in. And I have to say, when we saw your appearance on the TV, RC might be new to the fans watching, but I think anyone could see that that was a really exciting race that you won back then in 2019.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. And were the guys on the TV, were they impressed with the race?
Yeah, I think they were. They never see anything like that. That's what they say to me. So yeah, I think they were pretty happy, as was something different. But you know, I see that, so I go around with men. It's always something. So I don't know, because since I'm young, I always know RC, so I don't know how the people get when they see it for the first time. But I think it's pretty good, and it's really nice.
Awesome. And just finally, we'll let you get back to your race. Can you show us the track again and tell us where you are today and what's happening?
Yeah, this is the track, I think.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm at Robin Hood Raceways because this is the last round of the Zoom Cup, the Schumacher Cup. Yeah, I'm honestly not too good at the moment in 1/8 skill. I saw many drivers faster than me. But yeah, I think it's on this track. It's really, you go down, up, and down again. So it's super fun.
Good stuff. Thanks,
Awesome.
Ricardo. Can't wait to see you at an actual track next summer.
Yes. Thanks for joining us, Ricky. And we'll see you next year. Cheers.
Ricky.
Bye.
Yeah, it was a great final back in 2019 in mixed conditions.
It really was, and that's why we love RC. Shall we get a quick blast of Frank?
That's right.
Fantastic. Shall we get a quick blast of Frank?
Blast of Frank!
Blast of Frank!
Blast of Frank! Blast of Frank!
Makes sense. Me pointing to a picture going, makes no sense. Oh, no, not that picture, the one on my screen.
A few things don't make any sense right now,
true,
but don't worry, stick with us.
It will do. Sense will be resumed.
I can already see quite a few memes that might make their way from the broadcast. It's
what you're
already
talking about.
happened. Nickisms that may make their way into their own special little clip, but we'll have more blasts of Frank later. But should we get a blast with the actual Frank over in Halifax? Up north. Up north in Halifax, we have our Texan friend Frank, who's covering the racing action.
There's a lot more going on there, and you think there's about 4 different classes. There's like GT8 Nitro, there's 220mm and 200mm, and GTE. So they've really lumped together all the classes that don't have anyone to run with, really, but are our track classes.
Well, on track
that
right
is
now
GTEs, I think. GT220, sorry.
We have Stars Alex Thurston. Stefan Chazinski's out there as well, good friend of the show.
No, this actually is the proper 1/10 touring, isn't it?
Let's go over to Frank and take a look then.
Steph Chod, he's running 3rd or 4th. There is Neil Wallace is between Steph and is that Neil just in front of him? I don't think so, because Neil's a little bit quicker. Ooh, nice little drift through there, but we'll get past. So now through the S's, out of the S's now, onto the main straight. Main straight or back there, I'm going to alternate how I say that. Into the infield, around the pit hairpin, across the finish line there. I'm not sure which one of those lines is the finish line, but I think it's a solid line. I will ask. It won't make too much of a difference except in the final, but it is good info. There's a second white and orange car. More orange than white. Ooh, they held up accidentally. You don't want to go into the fast guys. Are they done? Okay. Yeah, he's rolled off. Okay, so finishing order. Steph Chod Alex Thurston, let's see, so total time, half a second between them. Amazing. Literally 0.5 of a second between Steph and Alex. And obviously, if that first lap mistake hadn't happened, you know, Alex would have won that heat. I'm not sure what who's TQ, but we'll see. I don't know if that'll cost him TQ, but obviously at that kind of pace, TQ may not really matter. Right, so as time marches forward, we're moving into the 220 GT. 220 GT class, as you may have seen. We've got Mark Green, Rob Scott, Richard Bolt, Bailey Rice Draycott, Byron Russell, Ritzard, Kozakus.
Okay, I've rather than being confused, I've actually looked up some information for once.
Good.
Which is why I brought Ollie on originally, I know. But
yes.
So there are 4 classes at the Halifax National. There's GT8, which is sort of sports car looking nitro cars, in which there are 12 entries.
So that wasn't what we were looking at, because we were looking at was that 1/8 electric?
No, we were looking at proper, just then, proper 1/10 IC, we've been around the world
when
with.
we talked to Ollie, though,
no,
it was
that was different again.
Okay.
So there's 220 GT, which is the biggest entry, which is 220, including Mark Green, who we know very well, which is the wider cars, in fact the old-fashioned cars, the cars that have a bit of a comeback, and then all these are Efra class, but the Efra class with a European Championship, the 1/10 IC, which we've just seen out there, that's got Alex Thurston, and we saw Steph Trzynski battling it out. There's 13 of them. And then the GT8E, which is that kind of mishmash of electric racing cars, there are only 5 entries for that. And when we get to finals, they're all mixed about a bit. Let me just I have to put up a different page for the finals, but. Effectively, the electric cars have 3 5-minute finals, and then we have the first A final, the 200A final, which is the 220A final, which is one which we would normally think was the European class.
Right.
That one goes off at officially 4:05 UK time, which is of course 5:05 in Europe. Then the wider one, the 220 class, goes off at 4:40. They're 2 half-hour races. Interspersed, there are some electric finals. If I'm honest with you, there's only 5 of them, so we won't get too bothered. But we can catch them, we catch one. So those are the 2 main finals. 2 main finals for this Nitro Championship go off at 5:04, 5:05, and 20:25, which is of course 20:06 on the continent.
Awesome. Okay.
So I've now actually researched something. Do I get a biscuit?
You don't get a biscuit. I'm afraid, but you can have a sausage roll in a bit.
Excellent news.
Thank you for watching the X-Ray RC Motorsport Europe Link Up. It's the live link up. We're looking at races from all over. We're going to look at some German large scale.
Excellent.
Very soon, in 2 minutes, and we also need to get some guests in.
See, I have to point out here that Matt has a cough and a cold. I have a cough and a cold because I was given it by Matt last week.
Yes, this is true.
But interestingly, we find out the person who gave it to Matt is sitting over there.
Indeed, he is, yes. We're all COVID tested, so don't worry about that. We're all double jabbed.
I've been lateral tested to what's a clean word, all week. I've had so many things shoved up my nose, I thought I was on cocaine.
Okay. Shall we take a look at last time we went to Halifax?
Yes, that'd be fun. 2011.
Was that when it was?
Yeah, it was. There's a lot of stuff that's looking very young. Well, you, of course, you're always behind the camera.
I was behind the camera back then, yes.
But there's a lot of us looking very young.
Yeah, yes, there is. And that's a fantastic cross-section of events that we're covering here because it's at Halifax. There's also electric touring car.
From the different world in a timey-wimey way. Do. No, that tells unexpected rather than Doctor Who, but
yes, yeah, this is true. So, are we able to watch the Halifax? A little bit of a recap, and it also looks at the tyres and the struggles of running in wet and dry. the Halifax,
The
when we
video
visited
clip.
Halifax
The
on
video
VT.
clip, yes. Let's say that again, very loudly and clearly. Did we go to Halifax?
I believe we may have gone to Halifax.
Was that on a video many years ago?
2011,
Wow.
which is very not live.
Not live.
This is live Halifax that you're seeing right now.
And let's look at old Halifax now.
Old Halifax.
When I was a young boy, I used to push my bicycle up the road here to deliver bread to mental asylum just round the corner. But now I'm up here to play with toy cars because today is Touring Championships for the BRCA, round 3. See you there.
Yes, thanks, Nick. Back to the 21st century, the 16th and 17th of July, 2011 to be precise. And Halifax is perhaps feeling the effects of global warming.
Control the car around it very slowly circuit now.
Time for a pit walk here in Halifax, where as you can see I'm being rained on even more persistently than I was before. Now, the big question is, as we walk around looking for people we can talk to. Here's who we can talk to straight away. Chris, this is lovely weather. It's dry, wet, dry, wet, dry, wet. I mean, what sort of challenges does that present for you?
It is an absolute nightmare. We've got the dry cars ready, the wet cars ready.
You never know. I mean, it can rain at any time.
My car's not been great in the wet.
Preparing wet tyres, preparing dry tyres.
I prefer when it's dry, to be honest.
Trying to work out which batteries you want to be charging.
I prefer all dry.
Which ones want to be ready.
It just started raining just before I lost practice.
Making sure you pick the right body shell up.
At the end of the day, it's just different.
The right settings on your transmitter.
I hope it dries up a little bit.
It's just a nightmare. I wish it would be either one or the other.
I'm not really too fussed either way.
But can you tell visually the break point between wet and dry, or you just, I'll just guess this time?
Probably the hardest track in the world to do that because it's special tarmac. It just eats the water, so it doesn't matter how much it rains. It doesn't look any wetter than it does. You know, it doesn't seem to get any wetter. It always looks just the same colour basically.
How do you decide? Am I going to have a slick tyre or am I going to have a treaded tyre? What's the crossover point?
That's even more difficult here because for some reason yesterday, the first round of qualifying, it was actually still damp to the touch, but the slick tyre, even with additive, was faster.
Matt, I'm just going to show you this because I'm going to borrow 2 tyres. There we have a slick and a wet. Now, the thing is, as we saw at the Cotswolds, these babies work really, really well when it's wet, and these sort of West London work really well when it's dry, and I can juggle. Unfortunately, when it's like this, in between, they both don't work, do they, Joe?
No, nothing works. Especially at this track with the amount of oil on it from gas cars makes the track really, really greasy. So
that's a good point, of course. This Halifax track actually is the home of IC racing, so you've actually got oil and goo and gunk on here, which as he comes up, it seeps out and makes it even less likely to work. Now, who else can I pounce on for a quick comment? I don't know. We're going to talk to the commentator Chris. Do you pity the drivers having to choose what tyres to run and what is basically, could you say, he knows from minute to minute?
I think it keeps them honest. It really keeps the interest going. The FTD, the fastest times yesterday in qualifying was around about 19 laps. We're on 12 and 13 now, so massive, massive difference.
There we go, the reigning British champion, someone I walked into randomly, and Chris also says it's impossible to tell. But coming up later in the show, you'll find out who has qualified on pole for both modified and 10.5.
Lunchtime and a great opportunity to sample some of Yorkshire's traditional delicacies. But on the track, things are going increasingly slideways. Yeah, that's enough of that.
Well,
needless to say,
well, hang on a minute. That was a portent of the future for you, wasn't it?
Why?
You were showing all that drifting.
RC drifting.
It was all the RC drifting, and now just think how it's changed. Your life has changed.
What?
You show real drifting now in your spare time.
That is real drifting.
Well, it's RC drifting.
Well, they weren't intending to drift. Actually, they were trying to control.
Anyway, it's nice seeing all those old faces and young faces. Can I say two things? A,
they never invited us back.
No. B, I quite like that coat. I wonder when I lost it the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm. It's probably in Halifax.
It
being
probably
worn
is
by a
actually,
dog.
yeah, it may well be. And it was nice seeing that young Elliot and Andy, who now lives over in Bangkok, and we never get to see, and that sort of thing. So it was nice seeing all our old
Chris Granger.
friends. Chris Granger, a couple who no longer do it.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Kennedy, who now does a every Friday soul show on some radio station in Wolverhampton. Believe it or not.
Wow.
I know.
Wow, that's good. That's what Halifax looked like in 2011. It's what Nick looked like in 2011.
Yeah, in fairness, it's worn better than me. It's been flooded twice.
Yes, yes, that's true. And that was electric touring cars, which we are covering in Bedworth here on the live link up. But we're going to go over to Germany now to take a look at the large scale. This is the short course A final. For large scale, and this is the German Mastership, which is their national championship, and they're
very fond of those sort of corrugated. I hate corrugated. I mean, the perforated iron bridges. That's exactly the same bridge as they have at at Fairing. Do you think there's a company that makes large scale bridges?
Large scale, well.
Large scale bridge concerns.
I mean, those bridges will work for more applications than just
badgers.
Badgers.
Helping badgers cross the road.
Yes. It will. Yeah, I mean, it worked for numerous different things, but yeah, I mean,
wouldn't work for frogs. Their feet would fall through the holes.
True. Yes, and hamsters.
There aren't many wild hamsters, to be honest.
No.
If a hamster's out there, well, no, Siberia are, because Siberian hamsters where they. Do you not think that's weird?
Go on.
We know hamsters.
Yes.
They're not exactly the most hardy of creatures, are they? You look at them badly, they die on you.
Yes.
So how can they live in Siberia?
I don't know. I'm just conscious that with the new way we're bringing callers into this, there may be Sven there, but we can't see him in the way that we did before because it's changed, because everything's changed. We can't see Sven. If you're there, if you can hear me, I can't hear you, but I'll hear you and see you in a minute, I hope. If we bring you onto the screen, we can both look at the short course final happening in front of our eyes. Sven, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, if you could turn your phone to the landscape
position.
I was thinking there's got to be a clever word for it, but
format.
It escapes me right now.
Printer
you're watching the X-Ray RC Motorsport Europe live link up. This is an Efra production. Hey, and there we go.
Hi, Sven.
We are talking to Sven. And can you, I don't know if you can turn your, turn.
Can't hear Sven.
Quite quiet.
Can't hear Sven.
Can't hear you at the moment.
This will change.
That might be our fault. So don't you worry, Sven. We're just working on, maybe, we don't know. But Sven is over in Germany. His final is complete. So that means he has just run four-wheel drive. Because the format is the four-wheel drive final, then the short course final, then the two-wheel drive final. And we're going to find out from Sven if we can hear him, if and when we hear him, how he got on in his final. Oh, hello.
Close up his nose.
That's a close up. So we're not.
Is your mic muted? Oh, he's frozen. It's worse than that.
He's frozen.
It's worse than that, Jim. He's frozen.
This is live. So these sorts of things will happen. And now he's messaging to say, give me 2 minutes. So we're going to give him 2 minutes.
That's good.
And then we're going to go back to Sven Rodewild, who is just completed his final.
I will read out a comment then.
Go on then.
Eddie Pay says, do you think the 1/8 Agama buggy prototype with the horizontal suspension layout will catch on? Now, this goes back to last week. We were at NEMO, of course.
Yes, and Lee alluded to something exclusive that they put out there. Didn't say any more than that.
No, but it's basically inboard suspension.
Right.
So if you think about ordinary suspension, on you got the shock absorber like that, and it goes, and then the arms inboard, it's flat. Just it works inboard. Sometimes they're just laid down, and sometimes they actually work off a crank. So the idea is you reduce the frontal area of the car. And I have no idea if it'll work or not, but I kind of get the impression that John Hazelwood and Lee Martin are giving it a go and persisting with it. It probably will, is my idea.
There's another comment about this, apparently.
Yeah,
and it's on your
lower
screen
central
right
gravity,
now.
Yes, that is true. That's the lay down. It's a lower central gravity, but
Yeah.
there are. It's interesting. It's the problem is it's actually obviously in all motorsport that's what you have. You have lay down shock absorbers and if you think about it, you haven't got big pointy things out there actually laid down in the body, and they also run on torsion springs as well. But the reason being is one of the disadvantages of the lay-down situation. You have a lot more connections. Think about it. You've got shock absorber springs there. You've got 2 points of contact, haven't you? Upper arm and mount.
Yes.
And that's it.
Yes.
When you run a crank in there, you've got crank in, you've got crank out, you've got the crank bezel and everything else.
Yeah.
And the issue is that if you think about the tolerances you can build things to and still have them moving freely, if you've got like 7, you've got all that increasing tolerance built up.
Yeah.
And you've got 2, you've got 2. Now, this isn't a problem on a full-scale car because, a 1/10 of a millimetre tolerance on a full-scale car is nothing. A 1/10 of a millimetre tolerance on a RC car is much more, and that's why you have to have much more precise engineering if you're going to start using things like cranks.
There you go.
See? Not just a pretty face.
Not just a pretty face.
Or even a pretty face. But there we are.
I was going to say let's hear from Ollie on that later, but I think you've pretty much covered it.
I know. Sorry about that.
I think you've covered it. We've got Sven back apparently. We're going to see if we can.
There's a bit of a worried peering there behind us.
See here, Sven. I'm just talking to Alexander Hagberg on the screen.
I can hear sound.
Hear sound.
But I can't see him. I can see the roof.
You can see the MCD10.
Yeah,
hello,
no,
Sven.
guys, I hear you. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we do.
Yes.
Yes.
How are you going?
How are you doing?
We're good. How are you? How was your final?
Very, very good. I've won the final, and now 4 times in a row I'm the German champion.
Is it a one-off event, or is it a 3 or 4 races? Is it just a one-off championship or 3 or 4 races?
No, this year, and because of the COVID situation, we need to make only just 1 race. So it's an open German nationals, and on this race, the German champion will be crowned.
Brilliant. Well, so you've won 4 times in a row now.
Yeah, 4 times in a row.
So hang on. So who was your nearest competitor? Who did you beat? Go on, diss out the people who just were 2nd or 3rd.
The people from 2nd and 3rd, I can show you. Wait a second.
Oh,
It's
the
the second driver was Tobias Westhoff, and the 3rd driver was, I think, Frank Heiler. Give me 1 minute, I will go into them.
This is what I like to see. This is a genuine pit walk, pit trot.
So
Sven, can you turn your
section from the short course?
Yeah, it's good.
Hey,
wow.
This
is double live.
Sven, can you turn your phone on its side, please? So it's landscape. Can you make your phone landscape?
I think it's selfish.
Oh, potentially. This is he's running around the pits. This is quite good.
I think I've seen a video like this with some pop music.
Have you?
Yeah. So now we're at the pits at the 3rd position. Who's the Frank? Frank?
I'm loving this. This is ultra live.
This is like a live pit walk.
Okay, the
with
3rd
Sven.
position is marshalling now. But
there you go.
Let me check. There he is. He's not at the pit, so maybe he's also doing marshalling.
Do you think? Oh, well, he could be sitting in a corner crying because he's not the German champion.
Could be. He could be sad. Can we have a look at the track, please?
Okay, I can't find them. They are not at the pits.
Okay.
I think they're doing marshalling or something like this.
Yeah, it looks like a really nice place, actually. All the trees and the blue skies. Not raining like it is in France.
And
freezing.
It's gone into an area that's not as good.
It's been cut. He's gone under tree cover now. Yeah. What we'll do, I think we'll say thanks to Sven.
Great stuff.
Congratulations to Sven. He's just won the German.
I'd like to point out that was the most athletic link-up we've had so far. He ran half the length of the track.
Yes. We've had Renault driving. We've had Ollie at his desk.
Yes. Doing his paperwork.
Sven, we can hear Sven. He's frozen, but that's absolutely fine. Congratulations, Sven. You are
4-time
champion
of
the German Master Shift in large scale 4-wheel drive. They're running the short course now. We'll bring you some results from the short course when they come in, and we'll also take a quick look at 2-wheel drive and see who wins that.
He's back.
We've got Sven again. He's back.
That's okay. Sven, stop moving, because we've got a good signal.
Yeah, no problem. We can do this.
Stop.
You know.
He's a racer. He won't stop.
Yes, he's a racer, and he's a winner.
Oh, there's the track. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Great stuff. Thank you, Sven. Thank you very much.
Sven, thank you very much for your time.
Congratulations on being a 4-time champion.
Yes, there you go.
Only 4 times more than me.
Just so you know, the finals are starting at Bedworth at 20 minutes past 2, I believe.
Yes.
In a message. And we're going to be talking to Alex
Hagberg
very
that's
soon.
the lower finals. The finals we're interested in kind of tick up a bit
We're
later.
interested in all the levels, you know, the little dip our toes in. There's nothing happening in Halifax, but we could take a look at Bedworth now, as there are cars moving around the track.
It's the top end, or the middle top end of the final heat qualifying with Steve Lander.
Let's have a listen to Steve. He's not commentating, which is fine. He might have gone for a cup of tea.
Well, that's not on.
Taking
that with money, I can tell you.
Absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine. Okay.
It's odd he's not saying anything when Ash is following the car.
Which is good.
So as I rejoin the commentary, I can just
But
tell
where has
you
he gone?
very quickly that an unconfirmed result.
I think it'd be perfect at golf.
But at
Oh,
the
it's cricket.
moment, it
This is
looks
cricket
like
commentary.
the top 10 of qualifying for the stock class is on the point. James Hart, second Andy Murray, Colin Jackson third with a great run there. Zach Finley fourth, Billy Fletcher 5, Marcus Askell 6. He's got a lot to do to protect his championship lead there with the James Hart and Andy Murray duo at the front. Sam Law in 7th, Chris Gunter 8, Tony Broad 9, and Ricky Copsey 10th on the grid. Obviously, race control need to confirm that. We'll rejoin the action. And current heat leader is car 3, Martin Aldred. I'll try and pick him out. It's the orange car going in front of, into the centre of the track now, the paler orange of the two. There we go. That's the one. Oh, and a big slew sideways there. Just caught the inside a touch too much. But the car's rapid fast. It's got lots of power. Oh, and there we go. He shoved it far too hard again. He's not comfortable through this sweeper at all. He's got to settle it down. It's so fast on the straight, it just pushes him wide. Did much better then. There we go. Slips through. Running deep on that one and on that one. Needs to tidy those lines up. That's much better at this end of the circuit. Needs to settle down. Martin Aldred. Running the Juan Can special orange colour. Track's got to be at its warmest. I'm sat here in full sunshine. Run it wide there, look. Just backing it up a little bit in the mid-chicane. Could carry a bit more corner speed. Settled it down a bit on the straight now. Looking much better. Open the entry to the midfield chicane. Got a nice line into there at the moment. Looks like a reasonably safe car. Got a crashed car they're going to have to navigate. Is it trying to rejoin the track? Is it going to get involved? No. Very fortunate there. Just bobbles over that curb. As I've said before, it's one that can run. You can bet people will be trying to send it up the inside of there in the finals. This corner here, it's a great one to make an overtake. The thrust that this car has as it comes down the straight, it's just a bit too powerful. He could do with turning it down a bit. I think he'd be quicker. Martin Aldred there finishing on 22.312. Dean Johnson 21.301. Stuart Woodend third with a 21.303. Fastest laps currently 13.8 for Heat 6. The first heat of modified. Not much disparity between the stock class and the modified class here. It's not a high-speed circuit. Particularly, you really don't get the legs out on the modified cars. It's all about corner speed, keeping the car rolling. Don't overdrive the corners. Don't stop it on the hairpins. Interesting conversation happening in the centre of the track there between Chris Gunter and Zach Finley. Looking at the times. All the timing now available on RCResults.com. You can log in and watch the race computer. They'll be having a look at their qualifying.
There we go.
They will be having a look at their qualifying.
Well, there's Steve. I'll tell you what, if Steve's RC career doesn't take up, he's got a massive career in snooker, hasn't he?
Yes. Yeah. I really like that.
I've sat there and I feel both entertained and relaxed.
I think that's fantastic. Great to have Steve on board.
I think at this point we now need to. I'm literally
from Bedworth.
I'm literally doing everything when I'm feeling a bit tired. Oh, thanks, Steve. Taught me to sleep. That's not in a bad way.
No,
it's
not in a bad way. You made it sound bad now.
No, it's very interesting. It's interesting. You can be interested, but also relaxed.
Yeah, of course. The
comments, sort of thing.
Yeah, the comments are kicking off, starting to tickle away, but we needed to get involved more.
More involvement
we want to hear
now.
From you, your views on qualifying racing. Should qualifying be racing or just be qualifying against the clock? Do you agree with Mr. Damon here? Get your views in the comments section, and then we can hear from you. We want you to get involved. Are you interested in the electric touring car over in Bedworth? That's the BRCA Round 5. Because we have some of that for you. In fact, that's what's on your screen right now. We also have Halifax, which is round 6.
It's lunchtime at Halifax, though.
Lunchtime in Halifax, but they have their finals kicking off fairly soon. And we have some other mainland Europe. We've just been talking to Sven Rodewald over in Germany, but now we're going to have a look at some race somewhere off this island. I believe, or maybe not. Maybe it's Brooklands. I don't know. But obviously, we are looking.
Again, Brooklands in Kent is nearly off the island. It's close enough.
Yes,
it's a long way down southeast.
We are looking at the fantastic. Nothing happening at Brooklands at the
lunchtime
moment,
as well.
So it's lunchtime everywhere. We should probably have some lunch. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Yes,
that'd be quite nice. We are going to be talking to Bruno Cahello fairly soon, and also Alexander Hagberg. We've talked to Ollie Jeffries earlier. Thank you to X-Ray for sponsoring this stream. We're learning all about the new
X-Ray X4.
X-Ray X4. Do you want to see some large-scale Formula One cars dueling?
Yes, let's
dueling
see it.
away.
The duel in the sun that is
in
Graz.
Thanks
Which isn't
to
that far from the Red Bull Ring. Actually,
it's true. It is true.
Including Ed
Prokaza,
who actually obviously owns the whole event, the Norak Ring. We've been there a couple of times. But you go there for the year with the Hornet attacks?
Yes, I was there with John Hindhaugh.
Yes, and we had you all arrive at different times due to some. And if I remember rightly, the satellite arrived at a third time.
Yeah.
So
of course.
you travelled across Europe,
Of
John
course.
arrived by a plane, and then late and in 2 separate parts came the satellite.
Yes.
And then you were attacked by hornets.
Yes, we were attacked by hornets, and Nathan was just crushing them with his bare fingers.
He has the power of the Lord.
And myself and John Hindhoff were just running away from hornets, which was, not fun. That was the same time, I believe, he was struck by lightning, which was also fun.
That was down the road, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know, but the
he
same
was struck
trip.
by lightning in Fairing.
Yes, he was.
And for the record, I did not run away. That was not me running away.
Do you not think at that point you should have realised that Austria wasn't for him?
Potentially hornets.
Because basically, they tried 2 of the plagues. They'd done a third of it, but they'd throwing frogs in, wouldn't they?
This is true. Locusts. So there you are. That's the Morag. The cool thing about Poolstart TV, and if you go to Poolstart TV, you can look at a big range of tracks. I think they have 11 or 12 there. They stream 24 hours a day, so you can look at RC tracks at night.
When there's nothing happening.
During the day when everyone's at work, or you can look at them when there's just 2 cars. I'd say practicing, but this is actually an A final.
This is the A final, yes. Which means the actual A final that might be of some interest, which is their main A final, which has got a large entry of touring cars, is coming up in about half an hour, or less than that.
Which we believe there will be a full grid.
Well, they've got enough entries to make a full grid, so there's no reason why they wouldn't.
So as long as nobody's broken down,
Well,
they will make it to the start line.
Plenty of spares as well.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So
I'm not over-egging this, but I think we may get. I assume they're going to run 10. I think we may get a full 10 starters.
Gert John is in the lead with 21 laps.
Just by the 6 laps.
Ed Picasso 15. So I'm not going to ask Nick to commentate this whole race for 17 minutes.
Oh, they're going to crash. The 2 cars hit each other.
There's only 2 cars on the track. You've got to find something to hit.
Well, I like that. You actually inspired the curse of commentating by saying you weren't going to get me to commentate them, and then they crashed.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Still lunchtime over at Halifax. Still waiting for Alexander Hagberg to come online. He's probably having lunch over in Trenčín in Slovakia with his suit, but he'll have a bib covering the suit.
Yeah.
I can hear Paul in my ears. Hi, Paul.
No,
that's fine. I thought Paul was going to make an announcement. Would Paul like to say
like
anything?
to point out that I have been saying things randomly.
Can they hear you now?
Yeah, they can.
Okay.
But they've been hearing me since we started broadcasting. You haven't. So any comments I've been making has just been completely lost on you guys, but they've heard everything.
They got the gold.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Never mind. Let's move on.
Right, so if you are involved in litigation against us now during this week, please address it to Paul Bateman, Nottingham. And we completely, what's the word for it? I suppose distance ourselves from any comments made by Paul.
Yes, we would.
I have enough problems with comments I make. Don't worry about someone else's.
So just over 15 minutes to go. Quarter of an hour left over at the Morag Ring. And I think we'll probably leave
just
them
the 6 laps
to continue before the main event starts. And we will give you a look at that. We'll also give you a look at the finals when they kick off, the BRCA finals when they kick off over in Halifax. Would be great if we could check in with Italy. Dario Balestri tells me that we can say hello to him, although he's been rather busy for the last couple of hours racing.
I thought he was going to close the whole thing down for us.
He was going to close the whole thing down for us, but you know what it's like.
Shocking.
The race comes first, and I understand that.
Does.
I understand that. So there we have Italy. Who's on the track now?
It's looking like it's a couple on the rostrum. I think they may be. It's run number 1, 4. I'm waiting for it to turn around again because Batteria is around.
It's round 3, isn't it? Oh, it's Formula 1,
1/10 F1. I think it's under 1/10. I think the F1 is not the designer body. I think it's the standard.
Well, you see what? It is 14.
55.
14:55
in mainland Europe. So that would be why it's been showing. So yes, we're going to get up and running. You can see a couple of cars warming up. They're being released for the race.
No. So the ISTC finals will start in about 20 minutes over in Bedworth.
This is an anti-clockwise track, I just noticed.
That's right. Oh, they're off.
No, they're warm up. This is the warm up. This is the warm up. No, it's
This
always
isn't-
anti-clockwise.
This isn't Formula 1.
No, the F1 is the grading.
Oh, of course. It's not the class.
No, it's the grading. Yeah, that's the one. Interestingly, we were talking about various championships getting going again and running as we came out of the pandemic. And we've shown in the past 2 weeks 4 of the BRCA national championships, as well as a number of national championships around Europe. The one championship that didn't get going again, which we should have mentioned just after the Ricardo Berton interview, was the 1/10 electric off-road. They decided to cancel this season as well.
Right.
Hence the reason the event that he's at, which is the Schumacher Off-Road Masters, was put in its place to provide something for everyone to go and do a big national star meeting at. So they put those on at sort of short notice at the back end of the season when it was decided not to run a national series. I mean, there's a couple of reasons for it. One of the reasons is it's massively oversubscribed. I think Paul Worsley, who's always very concerned about fairness, felt it would be unfair to run a truncated championship, whereas I think some of the other championships will just go for it.
Yeah. Eddie is back on saying that Nick is a champion at the commentary, in my opinion.
Well, we'll lose the IMO because it's true. Stick it on. There we go. That's what I said. Yep. Thank you, Eddie. No, it's very sweet of you. We have a number. We've been blessed with a number of great commentators. Actually, talking about that, at some point we need to talk to Gups as well.
We do.
After 2 o'clock, though. Matt Guppy, who's one of our more recent signings.
Yeah.
He's gone through major life changes since he last did anything for us, which was the Worlds at Trentram for a link.
Yes.
Back in 2019. He's met a girl. He's moved in with the girl, and he's marrying her.
Wow!
And
congratulations.
The moving
Matt.
in bit is happening today. He's actually moving out of his flat into the joint house.
And he's going to stop that process to come on this live stream and talk to us about RC.
Yeah, so that should end the marriage pretty quickly.
Quite possibly. Yes, quite possibly. Alex is talking to me. Alex is saying, can I join you in about 30 minutes or so?
No, of course you can.
Alex is teasing us. So we're going to get Alex on in 30 minutes or so, which is about 3:30 European time, 2:30.
Right in the
if you're in the
blast
UK.
of finals.
We're in race number 8 over in Bedworth. Then if we want to have a look at that, as nothing is happening still at Halifax.
It's a long lunch.
Very long lunch over at Halifax. They're having tea cakes.
We haven't been to see. We were told nothing was happening. Brooklands were at lunch as well, weren't they?
Yes.
I'm very excited that we might get to see the trucks again. We saw the trucks before we started. Before we were in air. We were going round the tracks. We saw some trucks. It was very exciting.
Yes.
Like racing trucks, not like ordinary trucks. Because obviously there are no ordinary trucks in this country because we've got no drivers.
No. Sorry, I wasn't saying yes to you, Paul.
So you didn't want Halifax?
No.
There's nothing happening at Halifax.
That's a picture of lunch, everybody.
Where is the 1/8 final B typing guy, a.k.a. Zach?
Yeah, Zach's got a day off.
Oh, he's got a day off, has he?
Yeah.
Okay, Zach's not with us. Okay, so
because
the
Ash
only
replaced
place
Zach.
in the whole of Europe where there's cars on track and a moving camera is over at Bedworth.
Well, this is the penultimate heat, I think. So this is the next to fastest. Oh dear. This is the next to fastest, and double whammy, the next to fastest of the modifieds. So next up will be all the big stars. By the way, we wanted to interview Ollie Jeffries yesterday.
Yes.
And he wasn't at the track. And we
Yes.
thought, that's a bit weird. Why would he not be at the track for the practice day? Do you know why he wasn't at the track for the practice day?
Go on.
His brother was getting married.
Aww.
So, who was also an ex-racer, of course. His brother's wedding day yesterday. So I think that counts as a reasonable excuse not to go to the practice day.
Yes.
On the flip side, you have to wonder why his brother was setting his wedding date during the season. But I thought perhaps it wasn't during the season when he set it, and all the dates got shifted around.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah. But congratulations to Ollie Jeffries' brother.
Yes, whose name I should know.
The new Mrs. Jeffries.
Oh, they've been around. They've been together for years.
Mr. and Mrs. Jeffries.
Congratulations
Congratulations to you. More race. We're having a bit of a lull right now, but don't worry.
Have we not got any old videos we can show?
We've got plenty of old videos.
Old video time, please.
Old video time.
I think we should show an old video which features that youthful young man, Ollie Meggett.
Yeah, I think we should look at touring cars. As we're watching the electric touring cars over at Bedworth, it'd be interesting to look at just a little bit of a blast, as we like blasts.
We do.
From the past, looking at some of the guys who kind of started Power, some of the heads of Power.
Heads of Power. Powerful men.
Powerful men.
Men of power.
Who Ollie spoke to many years ago.
He liked the powerful man, didn't he, in those years?
Let's. Are we ready with that clip? Yes, we are ready with it. Let's take a look at that now.
It's finals day here in Austria. Of course, we've got the A final lineup already decided. All the drivers have been tuning their cars, going through the qualifying rounds. But there's one important part that we haven't mentioned yet. It's the motors, the batteries, the electronics of the cars. We're going to go and talk to a few of the electronics experts and find out how they get the power. So here with Reto from LRP. Reto, can you explain how's it going from your side of things this weekend?
Well, so far things were good. I mean, it's a fantastic race in a fantastic venue, so all the guys are fairly happy. The stuff works good. We have some guys battling for the win, so yeah, it could be worse for me. So it was a good week so far.
Obviously, you've got Ronald sitting third on the grid using the LRP products. You've got some new software for the speed control this weekend?
Yeah, we have been working hard for off-road worlds this year, and we learned a lot of stuff for off-road that we transferred to on-road now. So it's basically the final testing for the new software, which we call 4.0. Which gives better brakes, which are very important for this track because it's a tight corner end of the straightaway, which you brake from a high speed. And it's difficult to get a good compromise between a strong brake and not locking up your wheels. And I think we succeeded doing that. The guys are happy. Pretty much everyone is using it. So we have Ronald on third and Alexander Hagberg on fourth on the grid. So yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to the final. Should be exciting racing.
Here in the pits now with Oscar Janssen from Team Orion. Oscar, debut at the European Championships for the R10 Pro speed controller. Yep. How's everything going for you from that point of view?
Everything is going pretty well at the moment, I think. For our first time, we have pretty good results to win the A final. The guys are fast on the pace. Everything is very close, so we will see what happens today.
So obviously you've got Chrissy sixth on the grid, and you've got Yellis in the A final as well. So two strong drivers. You think you can challenge for the win?
I think so. I think everything is actually really close. As you know, yesterday we had pretty good results, and we could have made 2 TQ runs. And then, or the day before, actually on the Friday. Yesterday the track changed, everything turned around, setup changes, other people came in front. So I think it will be a very interesting final today. There's a lot of people very fast.
And have you got anything special you're running in terms of the electronics or the motors, anything this weekend?
Nothing particular. The motors are the ones that we use at the World Champs in Finland, and speed control is the new speed control. Batteries are the new 90Z versions, and that's the whole package that we deliver at the moment.
Here we are now with Tony Reinhard, Team Thunderpower. Debut at European Championships for Thunderpower, and you've managed to get 3 drivers into the A final. That's got to be a pretty good result at the first Euros.
Yeah, we are quite happy. I mean, Yannick had a last-minute change. We used it the first time at the ETS, and he was third, I think, at that race. Victor was pretty good. He's using it a longer time now. And yeah, now we have also Steen Graversen using the motors. And we are quite happy to really have like most drivers using, or like we have 3 motors in the main, which is a pretty good result compared to other. Yeah.
And is the motors they're all using, they're just standard out-of-the-box motors?
Yeah, so far we have not so much experience. So we still use like standard rotors and everything is like out of the box. And our choice is a 4.5, while Steen is using 4-turn. And for the batteries, yeah, it's also Mark running it. So we have like 4 people running Thunderpower batteries in the main, and quite happy for that part.
And looking forward to the main finals, obviously you've got a lot of drivers in there. You're hoping to get to the win, but there's a lot of competition around you. How do you think it's going to stack up?
Actually, I hope for sure Mark wins because it's my brother. So even if I work with Yannick all the time, but it's still like kind of a different thing. So for sure my pick is Mark, but if Mark, maybe if he struggles a bit, for sure I hope Yannick can take the title for sure.
Well,
that
was a bit retro, wasn't it?
All those friends from many years ago.
That was very
Many
retro.
of them no longer exist. But can I just say one thing about most importantly?
Yes.
Ollie looks so young.
Yeah.
But I thought the person who looked the youngest compared to how they look now was
Tony
Gilles
Reinhardt.
Groskamp. No, Tony ages well. Tony's got a good bone structure for aging well, but Gilles Groskamp looked really young. Middle East had he's moved to Thailand, had 2 children, now moved back again since then.
Yep.
Fit a lot
That
in.
will age you.
Whereas all Ollie's been doing is sitting in his study organising EWS.
Organising races, commentating on races. And we're over at Bedworth. It's worth mentioning a little bit of news from Halifax.
Yes.
Whilst we're looking. We won't show you Halifax because nothing's happening.
And this is the top heat. So this is the final round top heat modified. So as you can see at the moment, Harley Eldridge is leading from Zach Smith, Carl Branson, Ben Cosgrove. Well, Ben's back again, isn't he? Ollie Jeffries has been running in 5th in the early running. Remember, of course, they go off in a staggered run, so it's not always as you should see. And Granger and Ashton. Should we have a little bit of volume from Bedworth?
But I'll tell you who the leader of the heat is. It's Harley Eldridge, car 4.
It is.
She's the pink car, so we'll drop back one, Ash. Running round on the nose of Ollie Jeffries. That's Harley. She's leading the heat at the moment. She's got a 3 on the board. And a 3 and a 1. Looks mighty tempting. I firmly believe that one of Harley's strengths, not necessarily her outright pace, but she's got a very, very calm attitude. She doesn't seem to crack under pressure. Very consistent. Still working on her pace. Obviously quick, but one of the things that I think she's got nailed is how to deal with being under pressure. She puts us under a lot of pressure, and yet she still remains very, very calm. Harley's got the fastest lap of this run so far at 12.92. Zach at 12.94. They're on the same second, just 0.9 of a second between them. So Harley almost has closed Zach down by a second. You can see it on the track. You'll keep getting flashes of Zach's car at the front of this camera shot. But Harley's doing what she needs to do. They've dropped Ollie Jeffries. So it's the Yokomo of Harley. Oh, she took a lot of curb here then. Run across the rumble strips. Had to back out of it, but got away with it. Couldn't quite push as hard. She's using that little bit of curb at the far end of the circuit. That's nice to see. She spotted it. Just chops this corner off nicely. Everyone's doing it. Kyle Branson running 3rd. But Harley's putting in a great run here. 3 minutes 50 gone. To give you some idea how consistent she is, at this point, her fastest lap is 12.90 and her average 10 is 12.97. How's that? 0.07 between your fastest 10 average and your best lap. Brilliant. She's coming up on the back of Chris Ashton. Hopefully he won't get involved. He'll get out of the way. There he goes. Just fades it wide. Nicely done, Chris. Zach's mistakes dropped him back behind it. She's got nothing in front of her at all. 4 minutes 38 gone. It's a great run, this. It's not going to be a particularly fast time. It's too hot to go fast. But that doesn't matter at this point. Is she going to make it through? She's done a 23.300.4. Absolutely brilliant run there by Harley Eldridge. A great qualifier. Well done.
That was a great qualifier. Now, obviously, if you've been following RC Racing TV, you'll see we've been on the circuit with the King of Clubs during the summer, which is obviously one of the BRCA-backed series. Yeah, Harley was the main rival to Ollie Jeffries. And excitingly, there is a documentary series being made about the King of Clubs Championship.
That's cool.
Which hopefully will be aired next year. I don't know what everyone keeps saying it's a Netflix documentary. It doesn't mean it's going on Netflix. This is a new concept, the Netflix documentary.
Oh, because
it's a Drive to Survive type thing.
The Drive to Survive type thing, which is really cool.
It is really cool. Yeah. And from what they were doing, they've got a lot of. They've been doing a proper in-depth look at the whole thing and comparing Harley, who obviously is
Are they teammates? I don't know what Harley drives.
No, she's a Yokoma.
Okay.
And she's on one side as a young lady from where she comes from, and Ollie's on the other side as the established star. And that's going to be the contrast, compare and contrast. And then Chris Granger turned up and ruined it by winning one. But then Chris is always good value.
But Harley's clearly a great racer.
She's. I think it was interesting what Steve was saying. She is, on her day, she can absolutely beat them all. Her days are yet to be regular enough.
So not the consistency there, but really fast.
The consistency of a lap, where she's dialed in, is brilliant. The consistency from one Sunday to the next Sunday, not so good.
Okay. Well, obviously lots of things change in that time, like tracks, weather, conditions.
Everything, yes.
Setup. Everything changes, so it's all about experience, I guess.
And the interesting is
having a team around you as well.
And the interesting is Harley, of course. Harley's another one of these drivers. We've got a lot of them we've seen over these last couple of weeks who've come on hugely in the last 2 years, who we haven't seen against European competition.
Yes.
And I expect that when we get back to Euros next year, it's going to be, all up in the air. I mean, it's going to be Leonardo da Valenti. He was coming on massively at the end of 19. Where has he got to now? Is he going to be challenging for the Euros? Are we going to see... We've only had one big race so far for 1/8 Nitro, which is we saw Ongaro versus Ronefeld.
We're watching Big Nick at the
Big Nick, Ongaro and Ronefeld. And, Ongaro still seems to be there, but the level 2, the same, Johnny, you've got Johnny and Will Skidmore. They both leapt. Where are they going to be? Where are they going to be in the European pecking order?
Well, the thing is, they haven't had Euro experience. I mean, they have had some Euro experience.
They've done Euros,
but
they've been out in the quarters because they were young.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see when we get them back on that Efra main stage.
I still think that Davide is a little step above everybody, but he's only one little minor problem above everybody, as we've seen on a couple of events recently.
Well, yes, but we've also seen Davide had a fantastic team around him with all of his success, and there's been some changes there with his mechanic moving to Elliott Boots as well. So.
That's a big change, isn't it?
Yes.
That's a big change.
I mean, Verando
is a big mechanic.
is a fantastic mechanic and is a bit of a legend, actually, in Italy and across Europe with what he can do in terms of setup. Anyway, we are live all afternoon. We are looking at Bedworth on your screen, but we're going to talk Halifax. I don't know if we could see Halifax on our screen while we talk Halifax. Nick, you've got a little bit of information for us.
I think when we see Halifax, we'll see them begin to warm up for their first final. And the first final actually is the start of a three-legged A final for the electric cars, the GT8E electric cars. Only 5 cars in this. Fastest qualifier was John Wadsworth. Then we have a couple of B finals, and then we start with the first of the A finals is the 1/10th IC touring car, the traditional Efra class, where Alex Thurston did take the pole over Stefan Jadzinski. Neil Wallace will start third. That's a half hour. Then immediately after that is the much more popular by entry numbers 220 GTA. Just to realise that's a wider track, so the cars are 20 millimetres wider, basically, and have a slightly different handling capabilities. And then Mark Green, very well-known UK IC track racer, is on pole there from Rob Scott. And Richard that's a difficult word for me there. Kozakwitz. Yes, something like that. And then Richard Bolt's in fourth. And then we have the final is the GT8A final, which, of course, is the cars which are sort of GT, but also they have rubber tyres. No, these are IC. They have rubber tyres. They had the first World Championship, didn't they, in the US for them just before the pandemic?
They did, yes.
I can't remember who won. I remember Algaro went for a laugh and came like third or something. And that's Adam Southgate, Greg Hill, and Ian McLarney leading the front of that one. So the first final is just about to get underway, as you can see. It's only a first of 3 legs. So I'm not sure. We may keep it on the inset.
Yeah, we could keep it there for a little bit. Be nice to see how that goes, and we'll have Frank talking to us later on, increasingly as the day progresses and we get further up the finals. So we'll be able to hear from Frank with some lap by lap coverage, as we will
from?
Bit of James, or is it Steve
I think
taking the helm?
We kind of said James. We kind of said James. James put this. I thought was very nice of him. We weren't quite sure how he was going to work out doing both this and racing, of course, which is what has been main push for us. And he said, James, I've very generously driven like a bit of an idiot and put myself in the C final. I have done
Thanks,
a bit,
James.
I have done a bit for the environment by keeping the same number, though. So so what I've said to him is why don't you perhaps have a chat with Steve about what's going on? Now, the thing to remember is both these UK events, we will release the entire day on YouTube tomorrow. So if you look at the RC Racing TV Facebook page, you'll be able to watch the whole lot will go. Obviously, provided no one swore and all things exploded, they'll all go down.
Explosions
live.
are great. We'll have explosions.
And I can
as
see
long as nobody gets hurt. We're not going to talk to Efra just yet.
Are we not? Because
no,
it's a worrying lineup. It's a worrying lineup.
Yes.
It looks more like a local inquiry, doesn't it?
It does. We're going to say hello to Efra, but there's something time sensitive happening over in Portugal with a star world champion that may hop on fairly soon. So we'll give Efra a few moments. If Bruno, the thing is with Bruno is he's at a race.
Is he actually racing?
And his race is going to start. So we have to jump on and talk to him as soon as he's ready in a small window of time.
Right.
Although he's not here yet. So I believe he's trying. And you know what's going to happen, don't you? We'll start talking to the Efra guys, and then Bruno will appear. That's what will happen.
It's magic.
We
can handle that, can't we?
Typical. We can handle.
Can you handle two conversations at once?
As long as he doesn't jump into the same slot.
That'd be even funnier.
No, but I don't think he will because I've handled it. He's talking to me now. We are going to talk to Efra.
Very worrying, that is.
Yes, it is. It is quite worrying. He's trying to join in now, so
yeah.
Hopefully
just to explain the Bedworth final. Sorry, the Bedworth finals. Well, they will now run two sections of finals, and we will definitely try and capture the modified finals live, and we'll try and capture the top modified final live, and we'll also try and capture the top 13.5 final live if possible. So, but you won't miss anything because all the days will be released tomorrow on YouTube. So you'll be able to look back, and if you're there, you want to see a particular piece of racing, it'll be able to go.
Okay. I think Bruno's having technical difficulties. I think he needs to give access to his camera. I don't know. It's all a bit technical now. We're just getting a grey screen from Bruno, which is a shame. We might try back with him in a little bit. We could talk to Efra now.
Let's talk to Efra.
Let's talk to
Because I get the
Efra.
impression that Jack is going to punch someone.
Efra, can you hear us, Javier?
Hello, Efra.
Hi guys. Hi guys.
Hey. That is fantastic wallpaper.
Another week.
Yeah, I'm just saying you're sitting there like you're some sort of really, really serious inquiry. Like you're going to ask us really important questions about what we were doing on the night of the 13th of July or something. I'm feeling quite oppressed by the whole thing.
Yeah. You know, we're formal.
So quick, first question. I realise it's just a happy weekend. I mean, it could be every weekend you hang out together. But why are you together at the moment?
Okay, we are here in our board meeting, try to prepare the next year, try to see exactly how we'll work next year, talking about projects, but mainly talking about the next season. So once the message that we can put it on the way, we're going to say online that next year will be a normal one, or I hope there will be a normal one, and we're working for that. We're working to get a normal season as always we had.
So I take it the first order of the AGM will be to bring in proper qualifying done by races rather than qualifying against the clock, because no one wants qualifying against the clock and everyone wants qualifying races. So do I have the Efra board's approval for doing that?
Let's say we are working on that, Nick.
I don't think it's that simple, Nick.
I think that the thing that you are doing is a very, very good test. And as I said last week, a lot of news will come, but okay, needs to get some fine tuning the proposal. But anyway, we're working on that.
There we go. It's great to have Willie and Jackie as well alongside Javier. Hi, Willie. Hi, Jackie.
Hi, guys.
Obviously, if you want to get to know any of the board members, you can go to efra.ws, where there is a regular feature called Meet the Board. Our next Meet the Board will be with Jackie, and that is going to go live this week, so that's exciting.
Can you give me any tidbits? What should I know about Jackie?
Jackie is a fantastic chef.
Oh, blimey, that is important news.
Yes, that's an exclusive. Jackie's a fantastic cook.
So Jackie, what's your signature dish? I've come round your house, Jackie. Sorry about that. Uninvited. I've come round your house. What are you going to cook me?
What you're going to cook if Nick comes around your house? What you going to cook?
I would do the room steak for you.
Oh wow!
Excellent.
That would be fantastic.
That sounds quite nice.
Would be fantastic.
Is it going to have? Is it going to have a sauce and chips or?
Yeah, pepper sauce.
Oh,
fantastic.
So where do you live again? Because I can probably get there by this evening.
I also at the first time if you arrive in case. So maybe there is maybe also only a try in the kitchen.
It's fine.
Fantastic.
But be not surprised. Normally, I bring all to a good end.
Excellent.
We will be talking to Willie. Willie, we actually have an interview with you already pre-recorded from many years ago.
Really?
And it's about...
Yes, we do.
Yes.
We've gone searching into the past.
Yeah. Talking about tyres.
Okay.
Back in 2011, when the first time that the tyre compounds, impounds all came in, and how everyone was moaning about it and thought it was awful, but it actually turned out not to be. So there we go.
Okay, I will be surprised to see that again.
Yes, it will be fun.
So far, we've seen me way younger than I was. We've seen Ollie Meggitt way younger than he is. And we've seen a number of the drivers. Now we're going to see you way younger. The problem is, we'll never see Javier any younger because Javier always looks the same. He always looks young. I think, and this may not work because this is, but I think Javier's got a picture of himself in his attic.
Okay.
Oh, you're not. Oh, not very
literary. Benjamin Button?
No.
Oh, okay.
Picture of Dorian Gray.
No, you've lost me. You've lost me.
Well, sorry, someone was educated in English literature.
So you guys are all meeting today. What's next for you guys? I guess it's the AGM is the next big event for Efra.
Not really. Well, we're always busy. We have a meeting next week with IFMAR. Then we have again a board meeting to finalize everything. And maybe some development plans and other things with you guys before the AGM. So we keep on being busy.
Very busy, yeah. So if you're having an IFMAR meeting, does that mean there'll be some announcements soon about dates for World Championships and locations?
Might be, yes. I cannot promise that, but it might be.
I think we can work in also to help IFMAR to try to come back also in the good way. So I think the most important thing here at this time is to work together in the way that also we get a very good season, but also help IFMAR to get a good season. So for that, I think it's very important that we create the proper proposal to IFMAR. And I think we have a couple that we cannot say more than everybody knows. But I hope that IFMAR can listen our proposal and accept it if it's the case. But anyway, I think it's, as you said, the AGM is one of the final meeting of the season where we work or we explain everything what we did. That even in those times without races, I think it has been huge. And the message that we would like to say, as I said before, is that we want a normal season, and we are definitely the way to do the normal season. So let's see, let's driver prepare for that, and let's federation prepare for that, and we are preparing for that.
Brilliant.
The AGM is obviously a meeting of all the federations that make up Efra, who get to look at the rule book and all the procedures and vote on whether things should be changed or modified. What does that mean for the people at home? Well, if you're watching this and you're thinking, what does that mean for me? How can I get involved? What you do is you join your local club, and if your club is affiliated with your national federation, they are affiliated with Efra. And that is how you get involved. So you make your views known to your club, and then they can talk to their federation and represent you at the AGM. Is that right, Javier?
Yeah, that's the right thing. So we have everybody that can watching us, and thinking about that they want to create some proposal, needs to think about the capillarity of Efra with the federation and then the federation with the local clubs and the drivers directly. So if somebody wants to join or want to be part of that, first you have to go to the federation has to create the proposal, then Efra get the proposal, and then it be discussed. So all these kind of things is a kind of as I said, the capillarity, so everybody can be part of that. So the important thing for the drivers that are watching this kind of live, that everything that we are doing is for them. So to improve the races, to improve the tracks, to improve the security that this time are important, even with the COVID situation. So at the end, one of the part that we are working is a fun part of the races, but other is security, is new features that we have to manage that in that time. So everybody is important. But if everybody has to be part of that, be sure that this linked with the National Federation.
Good stuff.
Fantastic. Thank you for all the work that you do and joining us here on the RC Motorsport Europe Live Link Up. It's been great to talk to you, and we'll see you soon. Thank you very much, guys.
See you soon.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, over in Bedworth, just an update. The finals are underway. Only 7 heat. They've condensed it all to say 7 races in the finals.
Shall we have a look?
We can look. I think it's race 1 we're currently in. This is the back end of the D final. But the ones we need to look at are race 4, which is the touring car A final, and race 7, which is the touring car mod. There's 2 of each, by the way. It's a two loop final. Ollie Jeffries, attending a wedding, not a good idea, has qualified 5th overall, but ahead of Chris Granger. So it's a bit of a changing of the guard. It's Zach Smith who'll start on pole for the Mod A final. Carl Branson 2nd. Harley Eldridge, who we saw winning that final heat, will start 3rd. Ben Cosgrove, who's been around since forever. And I remember Ben, do you remember years ago we did a VRC thing?
Yes.
And Ben was on that going beep, 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 like a reversing truck.
Yes.
I'd like to point out that we had about 3 world champions, didn't we? We had Andy, we had Atsushi and Mark all doing it as well.
Reinhard, yeah.
We've done some really good stuff. It's amazing, isn't it, how we're still here? And then
just not today.
Hey, so Chris Granger 6. So we want to pick up Heat 4 and Heat 1. The finals are underway at Halifax, but they don't get interesting for about another 35-40 minutes when the A finals start.
Okay.
Off. I think the first one, I told you was at 3, didn't I? For the 10th IC.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at the moment. Internationally, any luck with Dario? Has that all gone to
Dario has apologised and said he will join us after his final.
Fair enough.
That's unfortunate.
Well,
Bruno is still having technical issues.
As long as I get a bit of Dario, I'm happy.
We're a minute away from Alexander Hagberg time, actually.
What? We're getting a consultation with the doctor.
We are.
What, I haven't got to phone up at 8 o'clock and then wait in the queue? I'm not allowed inside the practice?
Something like that, yes.
Excellent.
I've just sent him the link again. Hopefully he'll join us. He is in Trenton working on the launch of the X-Ray X4.
Have you asked him what he's wearing?
Well, you're going to see what he's wearing.
Well, because his choice, won't it?
I don't know. You're going to see what he's wearing.
Could be the suit.
It could be all manner of things. It could be lederhosen.
That's less likely.
Why? Why?
Because I don't think you practice in lederhosen, do you?
He's not practicing. He's making a promotional video.
Ah, right. Good point.
He
might be trying to get the Austrian market cornered.
Leaving the driver's stand over at Bedworth. Interesting you should say Austria. We had that. We have the big final over in Austria. I don't know if we can see Graz, or Graz, as some of us call it.
Do you?
The Graz.
Wrong. It's Graz.
Well,
don't forget German.
Oh, we've got Alex.
Oh, doctor's here.
We've got Alex.
We can scrap Graz and go to the doctor.
I don't know if Alex could turn his phone landscape.
Hey!
Fantastic.
At least you know the Hoodie Arena's got decent internet.
We're going to bring him on in a moment.
Let's see. We'll have you on a second. Hold on. And here we are. Hey, Alex, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, guys. How are you?
Not bad. So apparently you're preparing for your close-up. You're doing promotional videos today.
Yeah, we're working on some promo stuff for the new touring car. So yeah, it's pretty exciting work actually.
It's very quiet over in the Hoodie Arena, isn't it? obviously we only know the arena when it's teeming with a busy event, but obviously you spend a lot of time there when there's nobody there, and it's very quiet and eerie.
It's really nice and quiet today, and today's a Sunday as well, so there's nobody in the factory either.
That's cool. How is the launch going? Obviously, there's been a lot of excitement about the new X4 since there was some media put out on Friday. The launch been going well? I think people are excited, aren't they?
Yeah, it's going really well. I mean, the official release is still within a week and a half or so, but it's going really well. It's already sold out the first batch, and they're almost sold out of the second batch. So there's been a really big interest for the new platform.
So selling out of batches, but still the full release hasn't actually happened. That's how how much faith there is in the new platform.
Yeah, so people haven't even seen the full car yet, but they still decided to buy it. So that's really, really positive news for us.
What is your? I imagine you've had some involvement in the development of the car. What is the kind of a feature that you're most excited about in the new car?
Yeah, so it's featured completely new suspension, and we've got new suspension arms, which we think are pretty unique because they're composite and graphite fusion, basically. It's a graphite piece with molded composite around it. So they look really cool, and they also have really good performance.
So, yeah, obviously the touring car platform will be 25 years now we've had touring car, 10th cars, and we got to a point, I suppose, about 3 years ago, where outside of the automatics, every single car was the same, really. Yeah. Was that why you decided to build a new platform, just because you wanted to be different?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we were forced to go to a new platform because automatic was very good. And then Mugen followed with a similar concept. Also, Schumacher, as you know, they have a similar concept now. So now all cars are going away from the traditional style of suspension, which we've known for years. And now they're all looking more similar to the automatics, I would say.
So on the basic design front, how difficult is it to make a car that works really, really well with a quite low-powered stock motor and one that works well with a ridiculously powerful mod motor? Because it's like putting, the most basic version of a 1.3 and a 3.5 litre in the same chassis. I mean, it must be quite different to get something that works across that range.
Yeah, it is challenging, but to be honest, we find it very, very important to have mainly a good car in stock class, because 80% of our customers are driving stock. They're not driving modified. So we have to make sure first and foremost that the car works well with a slow motor. And then obviously it needs to be fast for myself and Bruno and others in modified too. But we actually do a lot of testing and development for the stock class as well.
So you guys actually will go out and pound laps with stock motors, yeah?
Yeah, we have done that before. I mean, I don't like to do it, but it has to be done. So
it's boring. It's slow.
It's a part of the development process for sure.
Can I ask you about the hot topic, the hot question in RC at the moment? Are you fed up with qualifying against the clock, and would you rather have qualifying races?
I mean, yes and no. I do enjoy racing. And I do actually enjoy our traditional format, but I can definitely see that it's a bit boring for someone that's new to RC, or somebody that's a spectator of RC. Our traditional IFMAR qualifying system is definitely boring, and people lose interest in watching when they see that. So I think race qualifying could be a welcome change. I'm not against it.
That's one vote for me.
And you're
a double world champion vote. Excellent.
Well, you're a man who's won the European Championships more times than most people.
Anyone, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. And to have somebody who's won so many times interested in modifying the format, that speaks volumes, I think.
I mean, if you put it like this, I think the same guys pretty much are still going to be on top, but I think the format could be more interesting for the people that watch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Quick question, Alex, because I think prior to the pandemic, you were living in Luton, in the UK. I think if you move now, you're living somewhere. Where do you call home now?
Yeah, so I moved back to my wife's home country, which is Portugal, last year. And I've been there more than a year now, so I haven't been in the UK for over a year.
Yeah, I kept wondering how you were able to be in different countries because we weren't allowed to go anywhere. So it's a good, clever move, that, you see.
I mean, it's been a real nightmare through the pandemic with traveling and different restrictions everywhere, and it's been tough. I mean, now it's getting a bit easier with the vaccine passport and stuff, but it's been hard.
Well, you've got a busy day with what you're doing over at the Hoodie Arena, but before we let you go, what's next for you in the schedule? Where are you travelling to? Where are you racing? What's happening?
Yeah, so we have our own racing series, which is the XRS series here at Hoodie Arena. So I'm going to do one of those events in a couple of weeks. And we're still not sure what big carpet events are coming up this fall. I know there's an EWS in the UK on carpet. There's maybe an ETS, but nobody knows yet. And actually, I'm going to the US in November for the US Indoor Champs in Cleveland.
That's not too bad then, really.
Yeah, still
getting back to normal anyway, Alex. And the other question, you know you're doing your promotional videos today. Are you wearing the X-ray suit? Because I always like the X-ray suit. That's great. I'm going to wear my X-ray suit.
No, they didn't make me wear a suit this time. It's just regular T-shirts for now.
Oh, a bit disappointed.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks a lot for your time, Alex.
Good luck with the X4. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Thanks, to you. See you.
Bye.
What a great guy.
Oh, the doctor.
I like it when champions, when people who are like peerless in their class, they're just
back me up.
Amazing. Well, yeah, I didn't think about that, but he did kind of. He was, I think, he was open to it.
I think yes. I think that was a very positive political statement. I thought I like that.
Yeah, but I think for him it would be better to keep things how they are.
Why today?
I mean, if the record ain't broke,
if he gets an extra chance to punt Bruner out of the way.
Well, yeah, but then he could get punted out of the way, and his whole race could get ruined.
That's true. That is true.
I think that's what a lot of people are worried about. If they're fast and they do well in qualifying, if they get punted out, that's the end of the race for them.
That's true. Actually, talking about, we were chatting about Alex's home life and how he's now living in Portugal.
Yeah.
What world champion got married last week?
World champion.
Yes.
You tell me.
Ronald Volker.
Really?
Ronald Volker got married last week.
Oh. Wow.
And we're at Graz.
We're at Graz.
For their
and there's a
main
full
final.
complement on the track. 10 cars going
René
round.
Jan leading, Alexander Ashlinade second, and Christian Freisegen third. Bit of a spread already. They're about 8 minutes in. So they've obviously got a variance of ability going around the Morak ring. Keeping an eye on Bedworth, who are on Heat 3, so they haven't quite got the points we're interested in yet. And it's still, in Halifax, it's still lower finals.
We are going to talk to somebody in Halifax in a second.
Are we?
Yeah.
Is it the person who runs the tea shop?
No, it's not. And it's not the person that mows the grass either.
No. That's what they say, grass, they say, because you're slightly more northern than me. You're
slightly more northern.
Oh, look. A's better. It's someone's fingers.
I can see something happening there.
Is he fiddling with that? No.
Who's this? This is quite a good game.
But it's not for anyone else, because they can't see it, you see, because only we can see it.
Yeah, only we can see it.
Only we can see.
I don't know if we could see Halifax on our big screen and
also
see our Halifax guest, small screen.
This is pushing the envelope of screen adjustments.
And we want to ask said guest to turn their phone to landscape, please, if possible. It's not very modern to do that, is it? Nobody does that. He's done that now.
Isn't that something that's happened with the new iPhone? It can do something in landscape that it can only do in portrait before. The iPhone incremental improve was not worth £1,000. That's what it's called now.
Well.
Oh, you want one, do you?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, obviously.
You can apparently it'll auto pull focus, apparently.
Yeah, yeah. Which is great.
Oh.
We have engines. Somebody, we have fingers. Who could it be? This is quite a good game.
Yes,
we can see tarmac. We can see a hand. We can see a foot.
Yay! is Alex Thurston. He's got his headphones on, you see.
I've set it the wrong way round.
What you
I've
have
set
you?
the camera the wrong way round.
Oh, he's got. Right.
Oh, right. He's got it on the front camera.
It's on the
It
front
asked me
camera.
for a front view or back. A front camera or a
well-
back, and I went the wrong way round.
Well, you've got to be careful when you're asked the front and back and go the wrong way around and get in all sorts of trouble.
Yes, Alex, can you turn your camera to the landscape mode so we can get more?
Can you have the back, but on
more
the
of a
side?
shot?
I'd like you on the back, but on your side.
Yeah. Can you turn the camera on its side? There we go. There we go.
Hey, look at that. Technically, well, obviously.
I need to spin it. Can I rotate it around the camera?
Go for it.
It's only doing a forward view, but I don't know how to do it.
If you touch the
Online,
screen.
If you would like some online technical advice, please call the Efra Live link.
Don't ask me.
We are seeing you occasionally. It's fine, and this is excellent tarmac
This
pictures.
is great tarmac pictures.
This is exciting. Large elements of the nation who are road diggers are going, oh, that's a lovely bit of tarmac.
Well, why don't you leave and come back again?
Okay, right, down. Okay.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, so, hang on, wait a minute. So your advice was to turn it off and on again?
Basically, yeah. But also,
you've been with James far too long.
If we can see Halifax in the big screen, and then we can have the two of
Halifax
us.
in the big. Come on, boys.
Halifax in the big
screen. Let's come on.
Well, Halifax up there. That's laptop left.
That's it. And now it's the wrong picture. To the left, up a bit.
So us and Alex can watch Halifax.
Alex is
because that's
back.
where he's at. Now it's all sorted. Absolute chaos.
Can I do an impression of our vision mixer?
Well, you're lucky you can because you're actually in shot now.
I know.
So we can see Halifax. Which is great.
We're 2/3 of the way there.
Now we
just
wanna
need
see
Alex, who's got a picture of the track, which might confuse you.
Alex Fax.
Alex Fax. Hey, come on.
Yeah.
Hey, there we
this
go.
is amazing. Welcome to the RC Motorsport Europe Live Link-Up. Alex, how are you today?
I'm good. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect.
And you're on pole.
Yeah, at the moment. Well, I say at the moment. Yeah, so qualifying's done. So, the car's been really good and everything's worked out good so far. So, but the track is really, really high. So in the last one, Halifax has recently been resurfaced, as you can see. And for the first time ever in the UK, I think I traction rolled. So it's been a bit of an unusual one because quite a lot of the guys in the UK aren't used to that level of traction. So a lot of people are just trying to keep it on the wheels. Me supposedly being more experienced, and I still couldn't keep it on the wheels. So I've been spending more time trying to help people with the high traction than really my own stuff. But that's what it's all about.
That's right. Alex, can you help me out? Because I was studying the list, and obviously you are on pole in the traditional Efra 1/10 IC class. But there's a lot more people in the 220 class. What's the difference in the 220 class and your class?
So basically, they're the same car, fundamentally, same engine, same fuel tank size, just with some wider tyres and what we'll class as more of an 8-scale style body shell, just to make it easier to drive. So, tracks which are like slightly bumpier, lower traction, it's easier for somebody to drive with that car than it is with a 200mm.
Okay.
So it's a little bit more easy.
Okay, that explains it.
To drive around at a reasonable pace. 200mm can be a little bit difficult sometimes, and the 220 is just designed to help the newer guys just sort of feel a bit more confident, if you want to call it. That's how
Cool.
I would describe it.
So how's your season been going? How's the season for the section been going? Obviously, it's been a very difficult start to the year, but you've had a few rounds of the championship. It's been a good season?
Yeah, it's been brilliant, to be honest. We've gradually increased on numbers. Obviously, with COVID, and we've had a few wet meetings, which has put a bit of a spoiler on it, but quite often everyone's having a good time. There's lots of guys from all over the country. Some new faces, some old faces, some young guys. So it's been really good, really. Yeah, we're really enjoying it.
Good
And
stuff.
It
And
helps
you
on the last round this weekend, then we got sunshine.
well, that is unlikely, especially in Halifax. So well done, because normally it's flooded up there.
in North, yeah. So yeah, it's been really good. The current chairman's actually driving at the moment. So he's 74 years of age and he's still racing.
Good stuff. That is good stuff. Alex, what do you make of the GT8 class?
I think it's really good. So we were talking about it the other day. It's pretty much a class where it's a little bit easier to start up. It's less dependent on the track and stuff like that. So if you've got bumps and stuff like that, which a lot of tracks in the world have these days, it helps to sort of it helps ride them. They're quite an easy-ish car to just drive around the track. Very reliable, strong. It's a really good class, to be honest. I think it will be something that will taken off worldwide and will just keep increasing.
That's great stuff. Alex, thank you so much. You need to get ready for your final. We'll be seeing you on there in about half an hour, I think, isn't it, till you get going? But
hopefully keeping all four wheels on the track.
yeah, we'll be looking carefully for that, I can tell you. Alex, thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thanks.
And we need to switch to... And we need to
Cheers,
switch to
Alex.
Bedworth, guys, because the A file is about to get underway in 13.5. And it's just starting now.
It's just kicking off over in Bedworth.
In Bedworth. And they're rolling. We'll have you up on the screen any second now.
Is it going to be Steve or is it going to be James?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Back end is very, very switchy. You can see that Andy's car's a little bit more settled. Maybe that was because he just bedded his tyres in the last round of qualifying. James Hart's on some really keen front at the moment. He's just got to hold it strong, though. Oh, stretching out already, though. Look at that. In one lap, he's pulled at least 3 metres. Zach Finley from fourth. He's up into third. Colin Jackson dropped down one, but the first 5 are away. Andy Murray seems to have pegged that gap at the moment. Starting to pull away from Zach. He's starting to put some pressure on now. James Hart is starting to come under some pressure. And his car looks a little bit smoother, a little bit more settled. Is he going to let James just get used to him being there, or is he going to charge in? Well, just stop the car a little bit in that chicane. James pulled another foot away from him. Doesn't look like Marcus is going to be able to do anything from where he is about this championship at the moment. James Hart leads, starting to stretch out again. Andy Murray just dropping into the clutches of Zach Finley once more. Zach using that curb. Andy Murray just sitting in the middle there. Doesn't seem to be able to do anything about the pace of James. James, the orange car, he's gone. Got a back marker between them at the moment. The first of the 2 yellow cars in that train is a back marker, and it's car 10. James looks like he's done enough. He's checking out here. All he needed to do was hold down that naughty car in those early laps, and it looks like the car's settled in. Oh, mistake there by James. That's closed it all up. Front 3 altogether. He's under pressure now. And he's going to have a sniff at this. Zach Finley's pushing him all the way. He can't afford to back off. James is being pushed. We've got a crashed car there that we've just passed. 3 minutes 20 to go. It's all about these front three at the moment. Nose to tail. But nobody's managed to try and put a position on anybody yet. Andy's just seen that tight line. He's closed it in a little bit on James. Oh, a lot. He loses it to him in that chicane there. He loses at least 2 foot and then closes it back in right there. James is so comfortable through this bit of the chicane, right? Just edges away from Andy very, very slightly. Oh, a little bit of a touch there for James. Clip the curb, shove the nose wide. 4 minutes gone. It's James Hart from Andy Murray. Zach Finley having a little sniff at the back there. The pressure's going to start to tell. It's closing up. Big brakes moment for James there. Gave Andy a bit of a brake check. Schumacher, arc. That's the order. The boss is here watching. He certainly doesn't want to see that arc take the win. He had a very, very close look there, did Zach. 4 minutes 50. They're going to go through for another one. Little mistake by Zach there. Drops off the back of Andy. This is going to be a last lap. The 5 minutes is up. Has James done enough? Comes down the straight, round the double right-hander and crosses the line to take the win. James Hart for Schumacher. Andy Murray second, Schumacher, and Zach Finley, ARC, in third place. First leg of the A final. Congratulations all going on the rostrum. Well driven by those three. Good respect. Brake checks going on all over.
So that was leg one of the stock, well, 13.5, it's not really stock, it's halfway house, really. Final. Hello to BJ Williams and Nitro Freak and Anthony Bombury. BJ said, any news on the World Championships of 2022?
Good question.
I have news. Yes, I can tell you things that aren't secret. The 1/10 electric is almost certainly going to go stay in Gubbio, where it was supposed to be this year.
Do you know some secrets?
I do know secrets.
Do you?
Yes. I know. Well, first thing, the 1/10 IC that was supposed to be...
Is this a secret?
No. It was supposed to be in Australia. The Australians, due to their ridiculous Fortress Australia concept, have handed it back, and it's going to be in Thailand, in Bangkok. We're not sure which one of their many tracks it will be at. It could be a huge RC, which is covered. It could be back where it was in 2012.
A lot of fun.
And there is a conversation to be had, and that was the meeting they were talking about in Efra about where the 1/8 nitro buggy will be.
Will it be?
It's supposed to be in Brazil, but Brazil really isn't a country that's going to work at the moment. So they're talking about shuffling Brazil back. No, it says the whole world. This is COVID. This is not anything else. So that's likely to they're not taking it off. They're saying, can you move out of change position in a couple more years?
Yeah. Okay.
And somewhere else might get it.
Somewhere.
If you want to know where that is, what you need to do is watch our live link last week to the bit where Carlos came on.
Denied all knowledge.
But he said what he said was, don't say that I said it was going to happen.
Don't say that I said this.
Yes.
But I said this.
Yes. And then don't say that. Even
but
though he said
say
it.
I said it.
Anyway.
We rushed over to Italy in a panic to try and get the main final.
That's not the main final. That's the F2 final.
That's not the main final.
That's the second final.
So,
unless it changes.
So there you go.
Max Power Trophy.
Unfortunately, there's an empty track.
Well, in 10 minutes or so, there's going to be the modified leg one final from Bedworth,
which will be exciting.
And at some point, the finals that actually matter are going to start at Halifax.
Yes, they are, which is not a lot going on over in Halifax down right now.
I think to start the second, I need to get the second page of RC results up.
We've not looked at Brooklands yet.
No,
today.
Is there anything at Brooklands? Are those trucks
do you know
running?
What? I don't mind if there's nothing happening. I still want to see the track at Brooklands.
Okay.
Nudging into me again.
No, Arguing siblings.
The trucks are out, Nick.
Hey, give me the trucks.
We want to see the trucks.
That's more like it. They're trucking on at the main final at Brooklands. Thank you to Paul Start TV.
Thank you to Paul Start TV. Great to have Laszlo joining us on the stream live last week from Switzerland.
Now the interesting thing is that live imitating art, they haven't got a full complement of trucks. They're missing some drivers. They're all still stuck in the lorry park somewhere near Brooklands.
Yes.
And none of them are delivering petrol, I noticed.
This is cool.
I know. But what I don't understand is why is the timing only on one of the cameras?
Keep you on your toes.
That's a good point. So we've got 4 guys out there. Well, 3 guys out there. They've got Mark Woodward, Doug Hazelsham and Keith Plant, who I've now decided are my new heroes because they're driving 5th scale trucks. Brilliant. As they're probably 8th scale trucks, aren't they? But using 5th scale chassis. Because the 5th scale truck would be massive. Oddly, they seem to handle quite well. But of course, the truck does have quite a low centre of gravity because the cab has got no weight on it.
No. Well, it's got bunk beds.
It's got bunk beds. It's got carpet for rolling up the... Anyway.
It's got a special guest inside.
Yes. Which is rolled up and throw away.
No.
Exactly.
Not at all.
No, that never happened. No. Let's not do that.
Anyway, Mark Woodward's in the lead with 22 laps. Unfortunately, David Thompson, did he get off the line? No. Well, he says 1 lap.
1 lap, I think.
0-0. So
yeah.
I don't think he...
yes.
I think he is still stuck in the car park, unfortunately. But anyway, that's Brooklands.
I'm kind of wondering if what happens is when they catch up each other, they then take 4 miles to get past each other, 1 mile an hour faster than the other one. Just going cruise, slowly past the guys.
And they flash each other.
Yeah.
To say thank you.
You're through now, that's all right. And everyone else going, bloody trucks.
Yeah.
Could be.
It would be quite cool to have 10th scale touring cars on the track at the same time.
Oh, yeah, that's a brilliant idea. You have all the classes at once, and the trucks kind of like are there, hold them up.
Yeah. I've just heard, actually, now Dave Thompson is out.
Yes.
As in out on the track. He's done 2
Hold
laps
on.
now.
Hold on.
He had to take a break because of his tacho.
His driver time had gone over.
Yes. So.
Well, hold on a second. Here comes some climate rebellion people to lie in front of the track and stop everything. And that's all our truck jokes done. Right, so...
Do you have a truck joke? Would you like to contribute any trucking stereotypes? Get your trucking stereotypes in here.
More importantly, do you live in the UK? Would you like to train to be an HGV driver? Because we need you. There's no aubergines.
If you have any fuel, or if you know how to get red diesel stains out, then put your comments below.
So you know how to get red diesel stains out?
If they know, yeah. That's the talk of the town.
What, will you steal the red diesel?
Well, you don't have to steal it. You can buy it. It's cheap.
Yeah, but it's cheap because you only... Well, no, if you put red diesel, it's illegal.
I know.
I wasn't sure where you're going with that. I can't believe you.
No, this is how it
Are we
is.
going outside to clap
Are you on?
Yeah, I'm out. Are we going outside to clap the petrol HGV drivers later at 8 o'clock?
Every Thursday. Oh, well done for delivering my fuel.
8 o'clock.
I'm realising that it's taken a while, but Matt and I are now officially acting like a married couple because what's happening is we're both stealing more of the duvet the whole time from each other.
Have you seen caller number 3?
Caller number 3, it's Jupsy. Oh, dear, that's a bit weird.
It was very strange.
It's quite erotic as well, but never mind.
So we have a caller joining us from the sauna.
Hello from Sweden.
We can't see him yet, but we're going to see him. We're going to leave him for the next 20 minutes to commentate on the truck racing.
Trucking. There's a confused look on the producer. And there we are. Hey, it's Matt Guppy. How are you, Matt? We're all right. We're just. So. Yeah, we can. So how long have you been in that sauna?
Weeks in here.
That's marvellous wood panelling there. Did you put that up yourself?
I did actually. Yes, I built it. There's a terrible echo here. Hang on.
But your sound doesn't work now. Hello.
How's that?
Oh, it sounds fine.
It all sounds great to us.
We're all right.
It all sounds great to us.
So you are stuck in your shed. Is this your new house? Have you now left your flat because you were told to?
Yeah, the flat is gone. Yes, the flat's gone today.
And you're now living in your new, soon-to-be marital home.
Mortgage on this place.
Wow.
Now, I was letting the viewers in that you've kind of embraced the concept of the lockdown by moving like 17 life stages ahead in a year and a half. Because when we were talking back in Slovakia, which is 2 years ago, you were kind of sitting around going, "Oh, it's just not working. Nothing's going right. All these girls are awful." And now you're getting married, and you've got a dog.
Yes.
It's like, and you've moved in. What's left? I mean, you're a bit old for babies, to be honest. I'll let you off that one.
There's nothing else. There is nothing else left. I promise you. That is it now.
Have you got the dog? Have you got the dog yet?
The dog is in the house. Otherwise, he'd be causing chaos.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Can you? We need to initiate an RC-based conversation. Obviously, Matt is one of our finest commentators, covering fantastic events.
Sorry,
not that we've had any.
Sorry, this is about RC.
There was not.
I
They haven't mentioned any RC.
I thought it was about me.
No, it's about RC.
In Europe.
Hey, hang on a minute. I've heard that you guys have been asking about qualifying this morning.
Yes. Give us your take on the whole situation.
Are you going to continue asking world champions only, or do you think you would get some?
No, we'll ask a pleb.
Some of the lower level club racers' opinions on
how much lower can we go? I've asked myself, which is pretty low. I can tell you. All right. No. In fairness, Matt, you've led us down a path which is an accurate path to lead us down. So thank you very much.
No problem.
Matt, what do you think about qualifying races rather than qualifying against the boring old clock?
Do tell. That was really
very BBC.
It's a really balanced way of asking a question, wasn't it?
I've learned from the best.
It was incredibly balanced, and I'm going to take the Schumacher approach.
Was that right?
No. I think like racing qualifying has its place. I think it has its place. I think generally in sort of club racing, I think your FTQ or whatever you want to do against the clock. I think that works for the vast majority of club racers out there. I do think it works.
Right.
What do you want to do? It should change? What do you think?
Because I think it's boring. It's boring racing against the clock, and it's not exciting for new people.
Can we talk about you mentioned club racing, European Championship racing, qualifying on racing or not at European Championship level?
At that sort of level where people are going to see it, race.
Okay,
race.
But let me ask you a question. What are we as a sport?
Let the man talk.
He kind of cut out. Are you back? Yeah. What are we as a sport competing against? What are the youngsters doing rather than doing RC? They're doing video games. And what happens in a video game? Every single video game is a race. You don't spend qualifying against the clock on a video game. You race. You
do on some of them.
But the racing is the point, isn't it? And online, it's racing. That's what we're up against. Therefore, you said, come to my club.
Would you find the Formula One qualifying exciting?
Well, it's not particularly exciting. It's a necessary evil.
Well, okay. So if it's
should they have qualifying racing?
Motor racing?
No, because the qualifying race was let's not get to sprint races. That's a very long story.
Yeah.
But the racing is what it's all about, isn't it?
Maybe it doesn't need to be racing all the way through qualifying. Maybe just the way we qualify against it, or races qualify against the clock, should change. So if you look at let's take Formula One. So you get 15 minutes to put your time in. So why not? You've got an hour to put your time in for Heat 1, or you've got 45 minutes to put your time in for that. And if you qualify for that, you're into the next stage, or the bottom 10 are out, kind of thing. I'm just thinking off the top of my head, but rather than completely do away with racing against the clock, how about just revamping it a little bit, or having a look at a way of modernising it?
I just think that what people want to do is race. They don't want to qualify. People want to race, and that's the excitement. Let's be honest. How much excitement do you get about going out on a third qualifying round? And it's like, it's fine.
But then people don't want to work, but they still want to party. You can't have all of the good all the way through. You got there's almost the point where the qualifying is your bit where you earn your right to be in that race.
Next you'll be saying that they should have practicing racing.
Well, hang on a second. When did you become a Scottish Presbyterian minister? You can't have too much fun. No, you got to work for your fun.
I'm not sure what accent that is.
It's sort of
Sorry
Scottish.
to anybody who's offended.
Honestly, I mean, I realise that this is, but you know, no, it's the point about this. It's our hobby. It's supposed to be just fun. I don't want to work for my hobby. My hobby's my fun. I've got to work during the week. I have to work with Matt. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, but is the fun in the eye of the viewer, or is the fun in the eye of the partaker?
Well, personally, I enjoy racing a hell of a lot more than I enjoy qualifying when I'm a competitor.
Really?
Yes, way more.
Okay.
Yeah, I enjoy qualifying. I really like qualifying because I find that if I've got, say, with me with the 10th off road when I was doing it, I could qualify the front of a B. That's where I'd be, front of the B, or maybe front of the C if I was having a bad day. It only takes that first corner, and your whole race is gone. 5 minutes isn't long. I get it. If you got a 30-minute final, it's a bit different if you get wiped out on the first corner. You got a bit of time to make that back.
Then again, in qualifying, if you crash on your own the first corner, you've blown your qualifying time as well. At least in the race, you've got a chance of getting it back again because other people could make mistakes. You could get past in that race and still win it.
That isn't that exactly
And
the
it's
same as
more
qualifying?
exciting. No, because you don't know what you're doing. You're not actually trying to overtake Barry because Barry could be half a lap ahead of you. You've no idea where he is. It's pointless. So you've no idea how to pitch yourself.
Then Barry could see you gradually catching him in his peripheral vision. That would put him off.
But Barry's qualifying. He doesn't care. With Barry's if you're racing and you can see someone catching up, absolutely. Ooh, if you're qualifying and someone's catching up, you think, oh, do I have to let him through? Because I'm boring. I'm qualifying.
Look, they don't do that. But that's not what happens unless you are at the highest level. It doesn't happen. It's not like, well, let him through. Because at club racing, who's shouting let him through? You're not. You're shouting that yourself, aren't you? You go, come on, man, let me go. But it doesn't.
Well, at my club, I say I've been there for a year and a half.
Your club?
At my club, yeah, we're very polite and let people go when they're faster. To be honest, Matt, we're going to have to either hold you or let you go because in about 45 seconds
we'll let him move. He's trying to move house.
Oh, is that important?
Can you join us tomorrow on the Nick Daveman live stream to talk about fishing,
I can join you guys,
fishing racing,
you guys anytime.
sewing racing, painting racing,
sewing racing.
Yeah, every activity has to be a race.
Oh, I see. Right, what you say is from now on, no one can have no one can compete against the clock.
Yes, exactly.
But how is sewing against the clock?
Well, I don't know.
Only in the Great British Sewing Bee.
We're going to go to Bedworth, aren't we?
We are, because it's about to start the... we've got a couple of minutes, but we can say goodbye. Matt, thank you for joining us on your big day,
Matt.
your big moving day.
No worries. It's
And we're looking forward to your wedding next year already.
I haven't been able to see Matt's face for the whole thing, but it's
really? Oh, never mind. You haven't missed much. True.
Okay,
Thanks, Matt.
See you soon, Scaps. Cheers, man.
Bye.
And hopefully you'll be hearing a lot more from Matt during our European season next year, which is hopefully going to happen.
Yes, hopefully.
All round of Europe.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, but do
you remember, I don't know if he was just doing a little joke then, because we did a live stream at the beginning of the pandemic, and I was the only one that couldn't see Matt's face. But I was running the live stream, and I didn't believe he was there, and everyone else could see him apart from me.
Right.
So maybe that's what Matt was doing to get his own
That sounds
back,
creepy.
saying he couldn't see my face. And blatantly can see my face.
What a...
Anyway, Bedworth, we're going to get Ollie on again as well because obviously he is interested in Bedworth.
We're going to get him on after the final, though.
After the final. Ollie, if you're there, we're going to come to you after this final for a bit of a debrief.
So, yes, about 1:30 before the final gets underway. You can see the countdown. From my understanding, he says, reading the reports, it's going to be Zach Smith on pole, Kyle Branson second, Harley Eldridge third, Ben Cosgrove fourth, Ollie Jeffries is fifth, Chris Granger sixth, Ben Mooney is seventh, Dan Robbins is eighth, Jordan Norwood is ninth, and Peter Eagles will be on the 10th position.
Definitely not what we're seeing up there, but...
No, because it won't change until it gets down to the last little bit.
Okay, cool. Well, shall we go over to Bedworth?
Let's see what's going on with young Mr. Lander. Camera by Zach. Not with Zach, but Ash. Got that one wrong. I've driven my voice and got the wrong one.
Oh, come on.
The cars are just gently circling out to the grid, circulating. Just having a quick feel of their steering. Wiggle, wiggle. Approaching the 10-second countdown. Silence descends. And we're away. Everybody gets away cleanly through the first few corners. It's an absolute train, this one. Zach's immediately under pressure. Front two have broken away here. Zach's being chased hard by Kyle Branson. Oh, big sideways moment there for Zach. Down in front of race control, he's just chucked it in a bit too hard. Here comes the pain, here comes the pressure. Harley's been dropped. She's down in third. She's got a race of her own on. Ben Mooney up from 7th to 4th. What a brilliant start he's made. But at the front, Zach's just pulled himself a couple of feet of breathing gap. Can't afford to relax too much because right there is Kyle Branson. Can he mount a charge? Closes him in a little bit there. Can't really tell much difference between these two. Both very seasoned drivers now. Zach's done a lot of work in touring cars. He's raced electric touring cars for many years now. Kyle Branson's very experienced on the world stage in 8th gas and 200mm gas. He's looking on the inside. He's looking left and right. He's got a keen nose. Zach's having to keep the door shut. Brake checks going on all over. Oh, nearly snuck down the inside there. It's not a great place to pass, really. Kyle's trying to pile the pressure onto Zach. Well, Zach's done plenty of this. Oh, he's managed to open up a couple of metres there. You can't challenge from there, Kyle. Zach did that in about 3 corners. Just had a great run through the far right-hand end of the circuit as we look at it. There left. Did those 2 hairpins so well and ran out onto the straight beautifully. Just let the car roll out. Beautiful. Released it. We're going to start getting into the back markers. Navigating through traffic. It's 3 minutes 12. They just pull out of the way. Very good of them. No impedance for either driver. Harley Eldridge still running a solid 3rd. Off camera. Chris Granger under pressure for 4th. Ollie Jeffries is sniffling at his back door. But right on the front. Pink car fades out the way nicely. Zach Smith, Schumacher. From Kyle Branson, Capricorn. Kyle's starting to pull him back again. 4 minutes gone, 1 minute remaining. Nothing between them on fastest lap. Zach's got it by a 10th. You can see the gap. It's 0.2 of a second. Maybe Zach's just been a bit too settled at this pace. Kyle's got to start doing something, get creative. Just catches a couple of corners there, does Kyle. He's nibbling the curbs. He's not taking that one, which he could. 4:50. 4 minutes 50 gone. 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Absolutely finished on the buzzer there. Zach Smith takes the first leg, a final win in modified. Well done for Zach. Great run there. Congratulating each other on the rostrum. Kyle kept him honest all the way. And there's Harley Eldridge picking up her predicted third place.
No. Well, that's a bit of a well, I wasn't surprised it was a great race. A bit of a surprise it was absolutely no forward momentum made by Chris or Ollie, really. But actually, Ben Cosgrove dropped back, and they did make one position by doing that. But Zach Smith and Carl Branson treating you to 5 minutes of nose-to-tail touring car action.
You are watching the X-Ray RC Motorsport Europe live link-up brought to you by Efra. Thanks for joining us. Keep your comments coming in. Can you do us a favour, actually, and share this, whether you're watching this on Efra's Facebook page or Efra's YouTube page or RC Racing TV's Facebook or YouTube pages. Give it a share for us. Let's grow this. Get involved. Put your comments below, and we will read them out as long as they are legible and not rude. We will read them out. We've got Ollie joining us now. We're going to have a little bit of a debrief after that final has just taken place.
Just been told a 15-minute break now at Bedworth where we start the second round of finals.
Fantastic. Great to check in with Ollie again, as he's been watching the racing action whilst filing his tax return.
Yes, and doing some spreadsheets, and probably doing something really exciting like having a look for a new vacuum cleaner.
Well, he went to the dump yesterday.
Where you go that sentence then? You could have a dump less. You had a dump yesterday. We had one today, you know. It's not limited.
That's probably the nicest introduction you guys have ever given me, so thank you very much.
Well, you know. So, tell us.
Yeah.
Why are Chris and Ollie doing so badly?
I have no idea. I actually spoke to Chris a couple of hours ago, and he just said he's really struggling with steering in particular. And Bedworth being a really small track, really tight and twisty, you've got to have a lot of steering in the car, and he's just not been able to dial that in this weekend, it seems. It's a track that they all know, and they've all been there. It's obviously maybe a little bit unexpected conditions. Maybe it's we're late September. You'd expect it to be a bit cooler than what it is now at 20-something degrees, which is, well, you never expect that in the UK any day of the year, would you? Really, I think. So, I think they'd all gone there expecting it to be a bit cooler, and maybe they've been there for practice the last couple of weeks and maybe dialed their cars in for those conditions. Ollie wasn't there for the practice day yesterday. He was at his brother's wedding. So congratulations to Tom for getting married finally. So yeah, but I mean those guys know their way around the track. So missing a day's practice really won't have cost anything in terms of the time. But maybe I say it's just that different conditions. And watching that final, Zach and Carl both looked completely on it. Their cars looked really well hooked up. So yeah, they're just this weekend. It's just they're faster.
Yeah, I did actually. I was looking to get the timing up. I managed to see the last week. They had a race last week at Bedworth, just on a club race, and they'd all gone there for practice, and Ollie won it. So, as you say, I think that absolutely nail on head there. That it's just too nice weather for September this weekend.
Yeah, and I guess the guys, have been working on the cars. I mean, Ollie's obviously got the brand new X-Ray car this weekend, which he's running. But we know that car works. We saw the guys at the ETS race last weekend. Bruno and Alex doing extremely well there. Ollie's obviously run that in prototype form earlier in the season, so again he knows the car. Zach and Kyle, I understand, also running kind of prototype cars as well. So maybe they found a little bit of something extra. They've got, they're kind of hidden away a bit more. They can change a bit more on the car now. Chris obviously still with his automatics that he's been running all season, and the times are really close. And whilst Ollie's won this championship, and you do want to expect Chris to be the man up there, Zach and Kyle have been in the mix, and so has Harley all year long. And you look at the gaps there at the end. It's only a tenth of a second on a lap here and there, and that's the difference between being first and sixth or something. You lose that a couple of times in qualifying, you find Ollie started fifth, Chris started sixth. When you're starting off a grid, then that's already 3 or 4 meters you've lost on some before you get going. You've got to then try and pick your way through some of those cars in front of you. And then that's the gap gone to the leaders.
Ollie, I don't know if you saw, we talked to Alexander Hagberg a bit earlier on from the Hoodie Arena, and he was talking about how the touring car class has evolved. In some ways started with the automatics and the changes that they made, and it's kind of flowed through the touring car scene. How do you see that?
Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, I've started running for Mugen this year and represented them in the UK a little bit, and that's one of those platforms that's also taken that kind of automatics concept. It's starting to go in a different direction. First, they went to the mid-motor version of the cars, and then obviously the different suspension setups, and now moving towards the sort of triangle wishbones, the carbon lower wishbones, and things like that. At the end of the day, these are really sort of small, subtle improvements that you're making to cars at this stage. All the platforms have been well developed with the sort of standard layout that we'd seen for many years, and going to a different layout is maybe the thing you have to do sometimes, and the cars are at least on the pace as what they were before. And I think when you've had a platform that you've evolved for 10 years or something, going to a new platform and that sort of approach is going to take a little bit of time to sort of get that going faster than you were before. So I think it's going to be an exciting time over the next few years as people like X-Ray, Mugen, Automatics kind of get more pace in those cars and keep kind of improving them as well, and finding what else you can gain in those different sort of approaches.
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I haven't done touring car racing for about 10 years and that. I mean, if I was to come out, and I've got my Schumacher MI3 EC, whatever it is, from 2007, and put modern electronics in it, and I then buy myself a brand new Mugen and put modern electronics, would I be any quicker with a new car?
I mean, there's two schools of thought on this. My thought is always, if you go and take a brand new car, build it out of the box, you've built a car that is flat, square, and straight, and you put it on the setup gauges, nothing's worn out on it. You take your car from last year, no matter how well you've maintained it, something's going to be a little bit worn out or bent or something. So a new car is just always going to be faster. That's why the guys that have got the opportunity, the factory drivers, will build a new car before a big race. Not because they need a new car, but they just know that car is square and everything's flat on it. And that's the biggest difference. If you've got a car which is consistent, you can go fast with it. And you've got a car that might be on edge and you don't know if it's going to snap away or suddenly push at a moment in time. I don't honestly think that you buy a car now, and unless you are one of the top drivers, you're going to find massive pace advantages from it. The big advantage, I say, is you're getting a new car that's fresh, the bearings are clean, the diff you're going to build up nice and new, or the shock absorbers are going to work properly. That's probably the biggest advantage you find in a car. So if you just built a new kit that was from 5 years ago, you'd still probably be pretty much as quick as you would with the new cars nowadays, I think. You've got small advantages you keep finding in the cars, but I think ultimately it comes down to your track, your setup for the different tracks and your driving. And I say, the most important thing for me in touring cars nowadays is actually just building a car that is consistent.
I just had a thought. This is exciting actually for all of us, not least me. Obviously, everything evolves: the electronics, the tyres, the chassis itself, all the parts, and the tracks evolve. But I was thinking, if you had a track that hadn't changed in maybe the last 10 years, like literally the layout hasn't changed, not a lot has changed, it's pretty much the same track. I wondered if you could look at lap times from 10 years ago to now, how much faster we would be.
That's a really good question.
I've got to build up to it.
There are a number of tracks that have been there for 10 years. The problem is the tarmac would have weathered, and you've got different tyres. And the saddest thing is that it doesn't matter what motorsport it is, the most important thing is always the 4 black round things.
What do you say,
I think, you've got that, and also the change in touring cars now with the direction of the body shells as well, going to much higher downforce, low centre of gravity body shells. It's funny, we've talked about this, and a few of us started doing this over lockdown, but no one ever seemed to quite finish it. Grabbing like the old cars out of the basement and building those up, and the plan was always going to be, well, let's go to a track, run that with old school electronics in the old car and new stuff in the new car, and then put those new electronics into the old car and see actually how quick stuff is. But sadly, we never got around to it. I mean, I've got a couple of cars sitting just near here that I've almost got finished, and can we have another lockdown and we can get them finished off then?
Let's not. No.
Well, you went to Austria at the lockdown, so it's all right for you.
You're fine. You got a European right. We need to stop now, Ollie, because the Halifax 10th touring car final, I think, is about to start in about 30 seconds. So if we can say thank you very much indeed for your second contribution. And
check in with you again.
Surprising,
hopefully.
as always, very sensible. And let's go and see. Can we have a touch of Frank?
Thanks, Ollie. We'll check in with you soon. Wow, that was a blaster, Frank. Did you want a blaster, Frank?
No, but what I actually want, I want the Halifax final up with Frank. I said touch of Frank, which is a bit weird.
That's next week's clip.
Exactly.
A touch of Frank,
which is obviously going to go into.
Oh, good time.
Stop. Okay, so no crashes this time between second and third. Putting Andy and Nigel. Everyone off to a clean start-ish, sort of. John getting away. Pulling a gap. Ooh, little mistake there. Let's Andy catch up. Or was it just slow to accelerate? Oh, wide line. All right. If we have the John and Andy show, we've got a race. Because they are absolutely pulling away from Nigel in third.
Sorry, can you stop, please?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Stop, please.
Red flag. What's happened? What's happened? We don't quite know what's happened. Oh, that's unfortunate. Don't really know what happened there. I think they're just okay. Lining up in grid order once again.
Okay, right. So as you can see, there's been a slight error up in Halifax. We worked out what it is. In the order, race 4 was supposed to be, I believed it, Alex and the rest of the gang in the 1/10th IC main final, which is, of course, the main class. But actually what they forgot was they were having a 3-legged final for the electric cars, and it was actually the second electric heat.
Well, they're not used to electric, are they?
Exactly. So they now put the second electric heat in, and that will now run, and our blaster Frank will be a bit of electric. And then after this final, then there will be the proper final of IC cars.
And then we're going to check in on Italy, because we need to check in.
We've got 7 minutes to check in now.
Oh, we could check in on Italy now.
Let's go for Italy now. I've explained the issue with Halifax. So anyway, we'll come back for the 1/10th final in about 7 or 8 minutes' time.
Okay, talk to me about Italy.
Yes, I need to see Italy.
Need to see Italy.
I need to see the Max Power final Italy thing.
At the Cronio Speed Park.
Yes, where they have the top Italians are racing.
Delighted to be watching the likes of Dario Balestri, who we will talk to.
You keep promising me this. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
If you believe, it might happen.
Okay, and we are...
Why do we... Every time we come to them, there's now
do you
one
think
car.
they've ever run a car around there?
It's a very clean track, isn't it?
That is a... It's like that's a 1/8 car. That is a 1/8 car. It left a IC cars. It left a trail of smoke there on a couple of positions.
Mm.
Given the fact the whole thing was supposed to finish by 2 o'clock their time, I feel they perhaps aren't running to the schedule we saw.
Interesting.
Can you imagine that, an RC event not running to schedule?
Well, we have become accustomed to that. Where we are right now, the time is 16:30 across Europe. That's CET.
Yes.
The Cronio Pro main final, it should be well underway now. The 1/8 Pro main final should have kicked off at 4:10.
So it's 20 minutes late.
So
it probably is the next race, but we don't know when.
We don't know when. We're going to keep an eye on it. Don't worry. You're not going to miss a thing. I can't guarantee that. You might miss a few things.
We've got about 5 minutes to fill. Do we have any more historical videos to show?
Yes, we do. We've done Halifax.
As we're about to see the 1/10th final, can we have the historical tyre controversy video on?
Oh, it's... Which one is foam tyres?
Yes, foam tyres. That's the video.
Now, this is where Willie makes his video debut.
His video debut, yes, RCTV video debut from 2011. Just a bit of background. Lots of problems with people secretly treating their tyres in the car park. No more. We're impounding the tyres. And let's see how that worked back in 2011 in our timey-wimey backwards world. And welcome to Germany, Ettlingen to be precise, for the 1/10th IC On-Road Championships. Now, the pits behind me, they're lovely and calm, people friendly, having a chat. But this wasn't always the case this weekend as a storm blew up. In fact, the rumbling storm of the summer about additive on tyres in foam IC classes. The World Championships in Miami and the Luxembourg Europeans, the 1/8. Both events blighted by rumours and accusations that people were not playing fair. Here, they put in a very, very stringent rule about how you handle your tyres, and we'll go through that later. But really, what's the advantage of additive? Why doesn't everyone allow additive? It would seem a lot easier. We went to investigate.
is a dumb question, but what's the advantages of additive?
You go faster. The simple question, you have more traction straight off. You don't have to wait for the tyres to warm up, bed in. You just get instant grip, so your first 5-6 laps are much closer to your best lap time in the run.
So would an experienced racer looking at the lap times of his rivals be able to go, oh yeah, he's cheating, or is using additive, should I say?
You can on some people, yeah. I mean, you know, as soon as they put controlled tyres into practice, quite often you'll see the fact that a lot of drivers that were at the top suddenly drop to the bottom or lose 4 or 5 tenths. So, but it's all guessing. What else can you do? You can only guess that they're doing it.
But Vites, you were parachuted in here at the last minute as a last-minute Efra referee into a storm of controversy, still hanging over a bit from Luxembourg. I mean, what are Efra doing? What are the methods you put in place to try and prevent the use of additive here?
Okay, first of all, I have to say it's not that big a storm like in Luxembourg. It's much more eased down because of the size of the cars and the size of the tires and the track wear. But anyway, we are sure that some people try to use it. Now we have a few devices like this one. This is a mini ray. We have also another device that is working on the spectrum. So we made some way to check a tire into water, and oil and water doesn't mix. And so we can find pure water, and if there's any oil residue in it, then we have a complete other reading of that tire. But so far, nobody has been detected.
I think they found a really good solution now, and also the machine seems to be very sensitive, which is really good for me. I think they need to learn a little bit how the procession is going on with the races, but I think it's really good now, and I'm super happy that all the discussions are away now.
I believe there are only 2 options. On big races, you could actually probably do a one-brand tire, which is pre-truth. You go in the pits, you take a set of tires, you race. The other thing is to give it a free, and that would probably help all the organizers as well, because they don't have to so many people to check everything.
I think, in my opinion, the best reason is to bring control tires, also in form. But if they not handle it, like from the organization or something, then you should open the additive.
Would it not just be better to copy 3 or 4 other classes and just say additives allowed?
From my point of view, I'd rather just allow additives. I mean, if they can police it 100%, then ban it. But if they can't police it 100%, then you can't have a rule that you can't police. So just allow it. I mean, within 6 months, a year, everybody will know where they stand with the additives, and that would be the end of it.
For me, if the machine they have now, it's really working, they should go on with that, because to open all the additive is really difficult for normal customers, and also for the professional drivers it's super complicated to find the right. And I know out of the electric they have a lot of different additives, and so for me the best would be if the machine works well and we don't use the additive.
So on a more general note, do you think that it's now getting not necessarily untenable, but impractical to continue banning additives, and really the sensible thing would be to adopt what many other classes have gone and say fine additive for the foam IC classes?
Yeah, we follow a few lines, but of course, like you know, Efra is a democratic organization. We can invent rules, but anyway, they have to be at the AGM. You have to be approved at the AGM. And we are a bit waiting now for suggestions or proposals from federations, what they think about the case. We also are contacting people like manufacturers and so on, how they feel about it. And then at the AGM there will be a decision how to continue. Because you can see how this organization works. It needs a lot of extra people, extra manpower. Nobody's really happy. In this case, everything goes very, very well, I must say. But I can think that not every organization is capable of doing this.
Yes.
Yes.
There was Willie.
There was Willie.
There was drama.
Can I just say right now?
There was an incorrectly nationally.
I want to make a 10-year-old apology.
10-year-old apology
because Michael Salvin is from Germany, not from the Netherlands.
I don't know if he's forgiven you, to be honest.
Well, I'll tell you, he
could ask him to come on the stream.
Could do, actually.
See if he forgives you.
I'm not sure it was me or Nathan. It was probably me. I can't think Nathan wouldn't. Nathan would just gone, where's he from? And I'd have written down the wrong country, wouldn't I?
Exactly, yeah. So, okay, we have still to come. Oh, and by the way, when I said you won't miss anything, you missed something. Apologies.
Yeah, it wasn't our fault, though.
But over in Italy, the stream went down. Well, the stream ended. Silvio Heckler, I believe,
won the Italian race.
From Alessio Mazzeo.
Yeah.
Dario Balestri, who we planned to talk to, came 10th.
So that's broken down.
So we have to see what level of discussions we can have with these drivers. It'd be nice to talk to Silvio as well. So we will see. We will see what we can get. But we've got some main events coming.
We have the main 1/10 touring car final from Halifax. We'll pick up the first few minutes of that. Then we'll hop back to Bedworth for the second A final of the stock, the 13.5. Then we'll probably go back to Halifax, then back to Bedworth, and then we'll work out what to do next.
We will.
Hopefully more trucks.
So we're going to have a
hoppity hop time.
A brushing of Frank.
Oh, can we have it?
I don't know.
Can we have a blast of Frank?
Oh, can we have a blast of Frank?
Hour's time, I think, or an hour and a half time.
Fantastic. Should we get a quick blast of Frank?
Blast of Frank! Blast of Frank! Blast of Frank! Blast of Frank!
So they've got.
It's crazy.
He's crazy, Frank, isn't he?
How you can make somebody look crazy when you slow down their mannerisms.
Obviously, I'm crazy anyway.
But it's pretty intense.
It's like irritating. Is Frank not saying anything now at this moment?
Well, the camera's not moving. Frank's not saying anything.
I'll tell you what, they restarted the countdown. Oh, here we go. 2:29 to go.
Fantastic. We're going to hear from
Let's hear Frank.
Thurston is third in the mechanic spot, and he's like fourth or fifth on the rostrum. So, yeah, that doesn't help. Not that I can identify Matthew Cook anyway. I just need to know the car number. I don't see car 4 at all. So, but we know Alex Pink, Stefan White, Neil Wallace, Lewis Hamilton, Jonathan Withington, white and orange, and Matthew Cook is unknown at the moment. That's car 4. Those are probably going to be the major players in this race. So we're. Okay, so final bits of fuel starting to go into the cars. But Neil Wallace as Lewis Hamilton. He's got a 44 and okay, so he's not Lewis Hamilton. He's running 44 and 77, so he's Bottas Hamilton scheme. Okay, there's not Neil Wallace. That's Matthew Cook is the white and blue. So we've got pink, white, Mercedes, and then white and blue. These are top 4. As you can see, we've got 9 cars. Well, you might not be able to see, but trust me, there's 9 cars out there. As Harry's panning over, hopefully. Thank you. Some funky starting positions. So we're. Yeah, Muriel's moving us up from saving us 10 seconds on the grid here. Less than 5. Cars down. Cars down. And there's the tone. Steph able to get a shoot away into second. Neil right on his tail. Matthew Cook in that blue and white car being chased by car 5. Okay, so Alex Thurston. Wow, he's yarding everybody, even Stefan. And Stefan is not slow. He's got Neil Wallace all over him. Well, not quite. But they're off and away. No big crashes. We did have somebody go off. Oh, he's lost a wing. That's it. That's come out of his body. That he's done. Let's drop back to the second battle for second place. That's the white car and the silver car. Because Alex, that's a pass for the lead. That's Neil getting past Stefan. Oh, and then Neil gives it up. Going into the grass. That's it. Okay, let's go back to that battle for third. Just going into the infield and around the pit. So cars 4 and 6. Car 4 of Matthew Cook and 6 of Thomas Gill. And not too far behind is, who is that? Can I see car number? Car 5 of Jonathan Whittington. So we've got Steph has been able to get away from these guys. Got Matthew Cook in that leading car, the blue and white, and then the 6 and 5, Jonathan and Matthew. There's a battle for third because Alex has already started lapping people. Steph is about just a few turns behind, so now we're on, this is the battle for third still. It's now a 2-car battle. Whittington's fallen behind just a little bit. Going into that parabolica. Looks like Matthew is starting to pull away now from that car 6 of Thomas Gill. That car that lost its wing is back out, sounds like. So this battle for third still shaping up. 30-minute race. Anything can happen. Absolutely anything at all. Like I was mentioning earlier, these guys, you get into a rhythm. If that rhythm gets disrupted as you're going around by having to go wide around a slow car or defend against an opponent on the track, and then suddenly you have to pit, and your mechanic's yelling up to you or talking to you over the radio, it can break your rhythm. Neil Wallace crashed at the start of that straight, and it looks like Matthews really pulled away from Thomas here. Let's go back to Alex, just about to come around the pit hairpin just now in that bright pink. Steph Chod, actually, his paint scheme isn't all that different from Alex's. It's just got white instead of pink. You both have black wheels, both have black wings. I'm not sure what car Steph is running. I want to say it's a Capricorn, but I'm probably utterly wrong. I can't tell from here what stickers are on his car. But Alex, absolutely in a world of his own, running 16-second lap time, 16 flat. Stefan's last lap, 16.4. Alex Thurston backing up the 15.99. So, yeah. You know what I was saying about metronomic. Whoop, he's already in the pits. Okay, let's, where's Steph? Steph's just come out. He's going into the S's. Alex has come out. No drama at all. You can just see Alex there a few corners behind Steph. So I think Steph is maybe about to come in. Unless he already has, and I've missed it. It's certainly possible. There's 9 cars out on track, and they're all running amazingly. We're almost 5 minutes in. So we're still with Stefan Trzynski, going into those S's. And all this talking about Alex running smooth and like a metronome is not to say that Stefan is not. He's just a bit quicker than Steph. I think they are running 2 different car brands. I have no clue about their engine or fuel or even tires. They're black and round, and the fuel smells like nitro fuel. That's all I can tell you. But Stefan just cutting his way. That's Matthew Cook behind him. Are they on the same lap? I think they are. They are on the same lap. This is a battle for second. Matthew Cook has come up and caught Stefan. Matthew sliding out just a bit there, losing some traction. So Steph's able to pull away. All these cars four-wheel drive, belt-driven. I think they've both come in for pits. Don't know if Steph's was slow or what happened. All I can tell you is what you see on screen is that Matthew Cook from 4th place has really just reeled in Stefan Todzinski. The next car physically on the track behind, well, now it's a lap car, but it is Alex Thurston is the next car behind the orange and green car that they've just lapped about a half a lap ago. So Alex, I mean, yeah, very, very quick. But Matthew, is he going to be able to reel in Steph here? I'm going to stick with this battle. Ooh, okay, getting past the lap traffic there, pretty good. Lap traffic, playing ball. And I'm not hearing anybody calling out for lap traffic. There's no referee action here. The guys are able to talk to each other on the rostrum and say, hey, so-and-so, I'm going to be coming through in 2 corners. Everyone, all these top 3 guys, you can probably see them all in the, well, sort of. Top 3 guys, not in that order. We got 2nd and 3rd, and then behind these 2 on screen, you just see them in a flash of pink, that dot of pink behind them is Alex Thurston, who's in 1st. Coming up to lap them, I think Alex is playing the smart game here, though. Like I've mentioned in previous races, just sit back. And your mechanic can easily act as your spotter and just tell you, okay, you've got so-and-so just ahead of you, running 3rd. He's got Steph just ahead of him. This is a battle, so careful. Neil Wallace dead right in front of the pits. Unfortunately, that is the 3 car, probably out of action for the rest of this race. Another dead car, dead in the infield. Cars just passing. Alex and Matthew have just pitted. Was that Matthew? Oh no, Steph, sorry, my bad. Okay. Let's reset and let's follow Steph because Matthew's probably going to be coming in again for his pit stop. And we'll keep an eye on that. Neil's come back out. He's refueled. We're on Steph. He's been passed by Alex as they pitted. Obviously, these guys not playing any silly buggers. And they know their paint schemes. They know the color, the driver of the color of the car in front of them. So Alex played it patient there, played it cool, let the guys go into the pits. He said, okay, thank you very much. And I'll just get past you nice and easy without trying to force the issue. I don't think Matthew Cook has come in. Was a fan of the RC Racing TV broadcast, trying to get into the shot there a little bit too much. So let's see. So the running order is Alex, Matthew, Stefan, Jonathan Whittington, Thomas Gill, Neil Wallace, Michael Lee, Devendra, and Stephen. Let's try and find that bright pink car with Alex. Follow him for a few laps. Coming around the pit hairpin, down the kink, into the S's. coming up again on lap traffic. It's going to be a constant flow of lap traffic coming at him. Come around the parabolic and into the infield. On that. Ooh, okay. Clear. Into the S's again. Halifax track, so smooth and flowing. Still very high speed. I want to say the two-speed gearboxes of these things kick in at least 3 times per lap. Once in the main straight, once right here. First gear, and then down past the start-finish line just there. So very, very quick. These cars doing about 50 or 60 miles an hour down that main straight. It's a guesstimate. I don't have a speed gun, but I think that's the number I remember hearing. That could be for 1/8, but I'm not sure. As Alex is siding through the lap traffic once again. A little bit of bumping and barging just ahead of him. It's all clear. Woo. Look at that, maintaining the racing line as he's making these passes. 16.3 that last time. He's hardly losing any time at all. Matthew Cook in that white and blue car about a third of a lap behind, 3 or 4 corners behind. He's a lap down. Steph Chud, he's a lap down as well to Alex. Everyone else is 3 or more laps behind.
So we're going to leave Frank there doing that for a while as Alex seems to be fairly unhassled in the lead. Stefan obviously lost his 2nd position, but he's crawling his way back up. Now in 3rd, he's been as low as about 6th or 7th. We're going to talk to, we missed the Italian race, unfortunately, over at Crenio Speed Park, but we're going to speak to Alessio Mazzeo, who was in the lead, and then tragedy struck. Alessio, how's it going?
I'm tired, angry, everything.
We are speaking to you at the worst possible time. You've had a terrible time. What went wrong?
I think the fuel calculation was wrong. But for some mistakes for refueling, tire change, I had behind Silvio, but we were fastest, and they said me coming to do a splash and go, and they said no, I want to overtake, and then we flew out on track. So just to take the satisfied of the overtake, but that's race. But on the weekend, everything was nice, super nice. That's race.
That's race. Wow, at the heart of a true champion to be able to sit there and tell us all about how you could have won, but
coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah. Wow. But yeah, the track looks amazing. Is it lovely to drive on?
Do you want to see the track?
Yeah.
Do you want to see the track?
Yeah, let's have a look, if you don't mind.
Take us outside.
We're in the office at the moment. We're going to have a look.
Let's hope the Wi-Fi lasts.
So I try to make a rotation of the cam, I think. So, is this?
Wow.
Oh, that's cool.
That is so beautiful.
Now, I want that you see the grip of the track. It's great. I don't know if now are watching us, but if someone remembers Fontana in Los Angeles, is more.
Wow, really?
Yes.
Oh, I heard
sticky.
that. I heard that.
That's crazy. Now that we have the prize ceremony.
Oh, cool.
So
is Silvio there?
Yes. This is the driver stand.
Wow.
The track is super. Is
it a new track or a track that's been there for a number of years?
Now we got from Dario that is tired, I think. And also, yeah, the problem with a bee.
Oh, really?
bee.
Oh, wow.
That's why he came 10th.
Got stung.
Yeah. I'm alive.
Ciao!
Hey, Dario! Have you been stung?
Yeah.
You bee, you were stung.
C'ho un pizzo d'ape, dillo te.
It's a big problem in the
Yeah, in the mount.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Oh
Get the
wow!
Wow.
During the race. During the race.
After the race. When I come
After
out
the
from
race.
the rest, I drink something
Okay.
inside
Oh,
insect.
yeah. No. Oh.
in diretta. I call the track boss.
Oh wow!
Fabrizio della
We're going to get to meet the
Live
boss.
Efra.
Hello.
Hello.
Have a nice day.
Hi there. It's good. It's good.
Beautiful track.
Like,
Beautiful.
Your track is fantastic.
Ha detto la pista è bellissima.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Alessio, thank you so much for taking
Thanks,
some
guys.
time to talk to us.
Get well
Bye,
soon,
look.
Dario.
See you soon.
Bye.
Bye. Ciao.
Now,
Ciao.
by the magic of pressing pause on a live video, hopefully we're going to be able to see the whole of the second A final of the 13.5 from Bedworth.
Live link-up event that we're doing. 24 seconds to go. That's now 21 seconds to go. 21 seconds to go. James Hart on pole. Andrew Murray second. Colin Jackson 3. Zach Finley 4. Billy Fletcher 5. Marcus Askell 6. Sam Law 7. Chris Gunter 8. Tony Broad 9. And Ricky Copsey 10. Here we go. Eyes down. Oh, a slight movement by car 5 on the grid. If there was a referee, he'd be getting penalised, I'm sure. It doesn't seem to be the case. But James Hart, clean lap, he's away. Car 5 pays the price anyway. He's dropped all the way to the back. There's a bit of a melee in 5th and beyond. It's all closed up. The first 4 have gone away. The front 4 are away and running. James Hart leads. Andy Murray second. Zach Finley has moved up from 4th to 3rd. Colin Jackson in 4. So it's Schumacher, Arc. But already it looks like James Hart has got the hammer down. He's like, I'm not messing about again this time. I'm gone. Andy Murray doesn't seem to be able to start quite as quickly as his teammate. Little mistake there by James. Just run it a little bit wide coming out onto the sweeper. Touch the curb on the inside, it lifts the nose momentarily. Air gets under the front and the understeer ensues. Not this time. Oh, and a mistake there by Zach's dropped him away. Front 3 are clear. It's all about the front 2, really. I don't think Colin Jackson in 3rd's got the pace of the front 2. Andy is now putting the pressure on. Andy's car's into its running. It looked a bit like this in the first run. James is very, very keen off the start. Andy takes a couple of minutes just to get it settled in. Nearly nothing between them. Teammates driving the same car. Andy running a tight line. Oh, momentarily. It's very strange there from Andy Murray. It's like his car just throttled down for a couple of moments. And look at the gap it opened up. Going through the double right-hander, it almost stopped. How very strange. Got it all to do again. He's got to push if he wants to take a win. Caution on the interior there. Mistake there by back marker. But both cars get through unimpeded. The gap seems to have settled at the moment. It's 0.6 of a second. James Hart can let the car flow. Let it have its head a bit. It's not got to shut the door at the moment. Just try and maintain that gap. Keep the pressure on Andy to make him close the gap. Good lap there by Andy. Looks like it's closed down a bit. This could very well give James Hart the championship win, I believe. 0.5 seconds the gap. It dropped to 0.4, but it's back out to 0.5. James Hart from Andy Murray. both driving the Schumacher car. Zach Finlay still third. He'd managed to pass Colin Jackson 4. So the two arcs in third and fourth. Well, they're navigating through the back markers are the leaders. It's car number 10, rubbing the body shell. Is he going to get out of the way? Andy's closing up. The back markers gives it a wiggle. There he goes. Nice and wide. Lets them both through. James Hart and Andy Murray. Both Schumacher, here they go. Head to toe. Oh, mistake there by Andy. Again, just drops that curb. Jumps off it. Has to just back out a moment, collect his thoughts. It rattled the driver's teeth. Andy can lap a touch quicker than James Hart at the moment, but he's got to risk everything to get there. 30 seconds remaining. I don't know if there's going to be enough time. Andy's trying that short line over the curb. It is working for him. Look, it's pulling him back. 4 minutes 44. They've probably got this lap and one more. But it's James Hart from Andy Murray. Five minutes gone. This is it. Race to the line. Over the loop. Here we go. James Hart's your winner. Andy Murray second. Zach Finlay third. Now that is a masterclass. James Hart, TQ, and 2 wins. And I'm pretty certain that's given him the championship title. A fantastic run there.
Well
done to James.
Thank you, Steve. Yes, it's good somebody who actually knows what's going on and gives us not only the results of the race, the results of the overall final, and the results of the championship in one sentence. If only I could find other people who do that, like me, for example. Good stuff. A bit of a rumour has reached us from Bedworth.
Really?
Yes.
Do pray tell.
Well, it's a rumour.
Right.
That Ollie may not put his car through scrutineering.
So tell us about the ramifications of that.
It just means that his car doesn't have a result against it. So people can't look up the result of the car and go, oh, it came 7th.
Oh, as a tactical move.
Yes.
Just to basically say, well...
Yeah, just to practice. Don't care. He's won the championship anyway. I think he's trying to keep his averages up. That's clever. It's a good idea. Because I think he's suffering from not practicing yesterday. The thing is, he's been to his brother's wedding.
Was he the best man? Is he a bit hungover?
Well, this is the only thing I'm thinking about. Because let's be honest, Ollie, lovely man. His dad, Adrian, lovely man as well.
Very lovely man.
Very fond of a drink. Not in a bad way.
I didn't know that.
Socially.
I didn't know that.
Oh, he's always posting on Instagram pictures of him and his wife doing fantastic things with a drink in hand. I'm just wondering whether the Jeffries wedding involved drinking, and that's the problem. This is a complete summation, and he's won the world. He's won it anyway. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
Yeah.
But more importantly, what we really need now is another Blaster Frank.
Frank.
Pretty much full in about an hour's time, I think, or an hour and a half time.
Fantastic. Should we get a quick Blaster Frank?
Blaster Frank! Blaster Frank! Blaster Frank! Blaster Frank!
I'm not sure we can do it before every time we go to Halifax, but let's go to Halifax now.
Never gets old.
5 minutes to go in the 1/10 IC 200mm final, the final round of the championship as well. I mean, you're joining Frank, who's got the pink car. That is Alex Thurston, who's leading by a lap and a half.
You might be able to hear Muriel there. Alex coming up on doing 90 laps in 25 minutes. He's just across the line there to the full. Is that 3 laps further distance than the top finisher in the B final? I think it is, as he's passed Jonathan Withington. He's about to come up on Matthew Cook again to put him, well, back. No, he's pitted, yeah, so he's going to be, and now Matthew's pitting, so yeah, now it is back to 2 laps on Matthew. Alex coming up on Neil Wallace, who looked very promising, and I'm not talking about the body show either. He looked really good at the start, and just, I don't know what happened. I didn't see him brake. Didn't see a long pit stop. He is having a long pit stop now as his mechanic is trying to figure out what is going on with his engine, doing a little tune. But Alex getting past that white and orange car, Jonathan Withington, once again. Here's a shot of Marshall, so look for an upside down car or something making some smoke somewhere. Don't see anything. Alex coming up on Steph next after passing the 7 car Michael Lee. So that white car just in front of Alex is Stefan Podzinski. Steph getting a little loose there. Now is Steph going to be able to have a little play here and try to keep up with Alex? Looks like he is. A little bit more hesitant than Alex to get on the throttle. Maybe it's just some rear grip issue or something there. Just that off-camber corner coming onto the main straight. You see he's just a couple more car lengths back. Yeah, Alex is definitely a lot more confident on the throttle at the start of that straight. You can see there's several more car lengths as there's lap traffic as well, so that's not helping. But yeah, Steph's able to keep up, but that initial start onto the main straight is where he loses out loads of time to Alex, at least a few car lengths each time. And Alex going into the pits. So let's follow Steph, the white car, as it's coming out of the S's. He is still in 36 seconds now behind Matthew Cook. Not sure. Yeah, Matthew's just coming in the straight now. So you can see visibly the length of time it is. So there's Steph now. So that's the gap. So this might actually be interesting. Let's stick with Steph until close to the end, because there might be a splash and dash for either Steph or Matthew. I'm not sure who is behind on pit stops. I remember Matthew coming in at about the 20.5-minute mark, which means he probably came in at about the 25-minute mark-ish. But it depends how they've leaned out their engines. So Steph is definitely gaining time on Matthew now. The last lap was 2.4 seconds. And now it's 1.6. We've got a battle for second, folks. Steph coming up to pass Jonathan Withington, and now the next car ahead is Matthew Fox. So what the gap is this time? 1.1. It's another half second-ish. We might. Well, they've got a couple more laps. Literally just a couple more laps. This lap traffic that's coming up could play a major role. Steph. He's right on him. He's right on him. It's literally the last lap, folks. Coming in the Parabolica into the infield. Around. Is he? That's it. That was a pass. Matthew's run out of fuel. Oh, no. Oh, tragedy. The marshal picks him up. That was the pass for second. Oh, drama right at the very end for Matthew. I will absolutely forgive him smacking his hand on the rostrum. I can totally understand the frustration. Yes, Alex, good job. but oh, I don't know what happened there with the pit timings. Great job, though. Great job. So, finishing order, Alex Thurston, Stefan Trzynski, Matthew Cook. Absolute heartbreak for him. Jonathan Withington taking 4th. Neil Wallace 5th. Thomas Gill 6th. Michael Lee, Devendra Mahatme, and Stephen Brook finishing 9th. Woo! Okay, so next up, that was the 1/10 scale.
Well.
Touring car 200 mil A final.
Well.
Just goes to show.
That it's never over till it's over.
Matthew Cook
second
there
place.
succumbing to similar issues to Alessio Mazzeo, who we heard from not half an hour ago.
Yes, he seemed quite chirpy. I think it's
running out of fuel. Did he flame? Did he run out of fuel?
I think he had a little problem, actually.
A little bit of an issue.
A little bit of an issuette. But Alex Thurston was the comfortable winner of that by 2.5, 3 laps. Some of that was down. I think Steph Trzynski didn't have a particularly good run. But I think also Alex was a bit quicker than everyone.
To Alex.
Well. We are waiting for two things now. The start of the 220A final over in Halifax, which is... they've frozen the time. This is going to not quite work because we're also waiting for the start of the second modified A final, which is also due off in about 3.5 minutes. They're going to annoyingly start them about the same time.
We're going to get you both, though. We're going to figure it out. We're going to make sure you don't miss...
We'll probably have to press pause on virtual pause on Halifax and go with the Bedworth final live. Because they are literally going to start at the same time. Down to the second, Matt.
Yes, down to the second. Thank you for watching this X-Ray powered RC Motorsport Europe Live link up brought to you by Efra. It's been fantastic to talk to you all afternoon on a Sunday for the last 2 weeks about multiple races happening across Europe.
Who knows, with your backing, this would happen again next year.
Wow, it's like Dragon's Den.
A little bit.
We've had a fantastic day so far. It's not over yet.
I'm out.
As Nick says, we've got more racing happening from Halifax and so are your jokes. And Bedworth. We're going to be talking to Jessica Palson. We might talk to James at
I haven't
the
asked
track.
him yet.
We haven't asked him. News to him. We may talk to James after the A final at Bedworth. We talked to Frank last week after his race. I don't know that we'll talk to Frank again. We'll see how we go on. He's got some other races that he's going to cover, which will be available on the YouTube later on, but I don't think they're going to make it to our stream today because we're going to run out of time. But we've brought you non-stop racing action all day long. We've talked to world champions, European champions.
Your trucks.
We couldn't get Bruno on. I'm still sad about that.
No, I love it.
We had a little issue with Bruno. Dario Balestri got stung on the mouth by a bee.
I think it's a wasp. I think that's a translation thing.
It's all been going
Pretty sure it's a wasp because
literally...
wasps are things which crawl inside drink cans.
Okay, cool.
I think they're fair enough. I think if you're speaking your second language, a misidentification of an insect is absolutely fine.
Yeah, and he's not an ornithologist like you.
Why would an ornithologist know about wasps and bees? Because that's birds ornithology.
Well, they're
you
flying.
mean entomologist?
It's
you mean
flying things, isn't it?
No, that could be a train. That could be a plane spotter.
This is true.
It is true. It's good we wait to virtually the end of our second show to have a decent row. I must admit, it's good news. Okay, so we are just about going to, as you can see, the warm-up is happening for the wonderful world of the 220, this new wider chassis version of the 1/10 car. So it's a 1/10 footprint, but a bit wider tyres, easier to drive, and with a full Formula body shell, which gives you much more balanced downforce. But what we're going to do is we're going to magically stop that video, and we're going to transfer across to Bedworth, who are just easing off the end of the B final.
Let's see if we can see some Bedworth in our shot
B
here.
action, and then we'll have a couple of minutes after that before the final of the day over there near Coventry starts. Last is Louis Parker leading this one with Darren Lee in second, but they are absolutely on their last lap, and we'll let that one fade into the distance before we let our Steve take over from us in a minute or so.
Can we spot James Stewart marshalling?
Oh, he was standing. He told me he was standing the far side of the camera, so possibly, I don't know. You can actually stop now. You can ask him now.
Looks lovely and sunny.
It has to be said. The
Over
one thing you
Bedworth.
have to be honest about is that we have done this in the last 2 weeks of September, and it was only a bit drizzly yesterday. No one got absolutely rained on, and it's been a lovely day for everyone today. It's been marvellous.
It has been absolutely marvellous. The only place it hasn't been marvellous is in France,
Yes.
where they got rained off. And as you would, if you tuned in right at the beginning of the stream, you will have seen a short glimpse of Renault Savoy
Very short
driving home in his
for Christmas
in his car.
Yes, which could have been
a Renault.
Exactly.
Renault in a Renault,
Renault in a
driving
Renault.
home from a called-off rainy French national. So we didn't bring you that, but we did bring you everything else. I forgot we even spoke to Sven Rodevald, who just won
his fourth
championship, four-wheel drive,
But
large-scale off-road
before we
German
sum up
master
too
shift.
much, should we go to the final? Because there's a minute and 30 seconds to go before the start of the second A final in modified for these overpowered cars on a tiny track over in Bedworth. Let's have a quick word and say hello, Stephen Lander.
Bedworth RC Circuit. You join us here at RC Racing TV. It's me, Stephen Lander, with cameraman Ash, following the cars. We've had great weather most of the day today. It's just as hot now as it has been all day. Zach Smith has put the Schumacher on pole. Great qualifying by Ben Cosgrove's put himself fourth on the grid. A great race in the first leg with Capricorn driver Kyle Branson keeping Zach honest all the way to the point, to the buzzer. Harley Eldridge is the pink car in third. Lady Racer, very, very fast, very composed. She took third in the first leg. Here we go. We're in the 10 seconds. We listen for the warble. And we're off. Tentative start by Zach. However, they're already starting to pull away. Look at that. Look how they've opened that gap up in half a lap. Ben Cosgrove all on his own in third. He wants to tag on the back. Can he get there? Or are they just going to be pulling away from him? Zach Smith still leads from Kyle Branson. It's status quo from the first leg. Zach Smith for Schumacher, Kyle Branson, Capricorn. Two very young drivers still plying their trade in this RC sport. Very, very smooth, the pair of them. Both started very young as children. Raced amongst the adults, and now they're the adults. And here they are, front of the A final. Ben just being dropped slightly, but Kyle's putting the pressure on now. Absolutely, it looks like he's got the slightly quicker car this leg on these by now used tyres. Only 2 sets allowed for the day. I believe they both saved new tyres for the first leg of the finals. Who's got the better car? Zach manages to just pull out a couple of feet there in that infield section. Can he keep that up? Can he keep pulling away? Kyle inch perfect through the chicane section there. He's using that curve, that little rotation on that curve just gains him a couple of feet. Closes it back up a bit. Everything else is fairly spaced out. It's all about the front two, really. Zach Smith and Kyle Branson. 12.88 fastest lap for Zach Smith, 12.87 for Kyle. Nothing in it, literally nothing between them. Oh, and a mistake there. Kyle rolls it off. That is going to be it for his challenge. He's dropped to 4th. And Zach is away and gone. Absolutely disappeared now. No pressure. Ben Cosgrove through into 2nd. But Zach Smith with the Schumacher car having an absolutely blinding weekend. TQ and 2 wins for the Schumacher team in stock class with James Hart, and Zach Smith doing the business here. TQ and 1 leg final win, and it looks like the 2nd leg final is going to be his as well, barring any mistakes or failures. 3 minutes 30 gone, and he's got no challengers. He's got a huge lead over Ben Cosgrove. Ben Cosgrove's been chased hard by Ben Mooney. A brilliant run for him from 7th up into 3rd. But we're 4 minutes in, and Zach is away and gone. Passing back markers there, slicing his way through the field. Man and machine in perfect harmony. There's that brilliant sweeping line down this straight. Just keeps the car a little bit of weight on its left side, a little bit of right lock on. Just opens it up, lets it have its head and rolls it back in. Cuts off the corner of the sweeper, touching nothing else. Just giving everything now, 6 inches. Doesn't want to risk anything. 10 seconds remaining. It's an absolute start to finish victory here. Zach Smith takes the win. Ripple of applause from the crowd. A brilliant job there. Well done, Zach Smith. A very deserved win. Team Schumacher, brilliant job. Ben Cosgrove picking up 2nd. Kyle Branson effectively 3rd now at the end of that. Ollie Jeffries in 4th. Chris Granger 5. Daniel Robbins in 6th. Ben Mooney drops to 7th. Jordan Norwood 8. Harley Eldridge down in 9th. And Peter Eagles in 10th place.
Wow. Well, that's the end of the action at Bedworth, but we might try and get a chat with someone there if we can raise them from the situation. But right now we have someone else on the line.
We have one of our favourite guests is going to be joining us right now on the stream.
Favourites?
I think you can.
Okay,
we have Jessica Palson. Hey Jessica, how are you doing?
Hello, thank you so much for having me here. I'm doing great, and you guys?
Yeah, good. So whose trophies are they?
Me and my father's.
That's impressive. I remember once when I moved house, I had to throw out all my trophies, both of them. How are you doing? So you're not. I understand you're not racing today, but you're working on a track. Is that right?
Yeah, it's right. Yesterday we were at the indoor track. So tomorrow we have a little more to do, and then we can start practice.
This is 10th scale off-road indoor track, right?
Yes, correct.
That's pretty cool. And so you drive Schumacher, don't you, in 10th scale off-road?
Yes, I drive the Schumacher cars.
What is your favourite class? Are you preferring the 10th scale off-road or the 8th scale? Is that where your heart lies?
I prefer both classes, but in different ways. I like the speed in 110, but I like the long distance in 1.8 nitro then. So.
That's a very, very political answer. Well done, excellent. So, take it. The reason you're going for indoor, has the weather already changed in Sweden? Then is it already getting a bit iffy outside?
It depends from days to days. Today we had like 20 degrees and sun, so it was good. But the rest of the week it was like just rain all days.
You're one of the young drivers who we've been kind of talking quite a lot about over the last couple of weeks because effectively you've had 2 seasons now where you've not been able to test yourself against international competition. There haven't been Euros, there haven't been many big events. And so we're all very excited to see how good you all guys actually are next year. So how good are you now?
Hard to tell. I have tested the Agama cars now for 1.8 nitro, but I have never gotten the chance to drive outside Sweden. So when everything starts to open up, it's start with the new car to see against others.
But have you been measuring yourself? Have you managed to race against David a few times? Because that's a good measure, isn't it? If you can get close to David, you're going at reasonable speed.
Yeah, it's true. But still, some speeds I need to find, and then I will be closer.
Nice.
Sweden's quite well known for its nitro off-road races,
now, yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, you've got Hampersburg as well. I know you, Hampus and David, you kind of fight for the top spot over there for the Nationals.
Yes, we're close there. So the last years it has been us three up in the top all the time. We're just changing the positions.
Is your season finished now for the outdoors?
Yeah, for the outdoor it's finished. For the 110 it's hard to say how it will be due to Corona. So we don't know how many races and if we can race.
Okay. And where did you finish in the national season? Was it a good season for you overall, for the outdoor season?
It could have been better, but I finished third in nitro and second in electric.
That's pretty good, actually.
Yes, I'll give
that
you
is very good.
It's very noticeable, Jessica. One of the things you do is you use your social media platform a lot. I kind of know what you're doing. I'm sorry, I'm not stalking you. I just know what you're doing because you're coming up with I'm doing this, that, and the other. I mean, why have you made that decision to be so active on social media about what you're doing with the cars and the drivers and the various different elements?
Before I was always scared to be on photos and on videos, etc. So it's actually a goal for me to be more comfortable in front of the camera. So that's why I have started to be more active on social medias, and I see many have started to like it also. So hopefully it can be better during the time.
I mean, do you think it makes you more attractive to sponsors? Are the sponsors now? Because in the past it was like if a certain manufacturer saw someone winning something, then we'll sponsor them. Do you think now they're taking into account social media profiles as well?
Yeah, it's hard to say, but I think it's countable. But also the results is important. If you don't have the results, then you're not a good driver. So I think if you're good on social medias and good on the tracks, then you have a winning combo for the sponsorships.
It's true.
Yeah, very good. Very true, yes. Are you looking forward to some international racing? I guess next year now is when you're going to start racing, I guess, the Euros and some other international races, maybe?
Oh, that was too hard a question.
Can be there for sure.
Awesome.
Good stuff.
Okay.
It's lovely talking to you. I think the line's getting a bit wobbly now. It's lovely talking to you, and best of luck when you have to race all the other young people who haven't raced for 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how good you all are.
Thanks, Jessica. It's been great to talk to you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, that's cool. Right, now, are we going to go and see the second main final at Halifax?
Yeah, let's
go.
go.
The 220 GT with, I won't say that, we just listened to Frank.
Francis McKinney is over there, and he is going to talk us through that final, which I believe is half an hour.
It is a half-hour final of the new. Well, I think it's a new class.
It's a relatively new class, and if you want to find out all about it, you can rewind this stream and listen to Alex Thurston, who gave a fantastic explanation and introduction to the class. It's slightly more accessible than the traditional class that he drives.
Yep.
But anyway,
we
can hand over to Frank.
A final of the day. 220 GT A final. Round 6 of the BRCA 110 IC Nationals. Cars down. They're going on the tone. They are off. Mark Green almost had someone battling with him. Second place. Now turned around. Second place of Rob Scott. Oh, he's several cars back now. Mark Green off and away. He's already many corners ahead. I can't even count. Muriel saying, take it easy. You can't win the race in the first lap, but you can lose it. I don't think that was over aggressive driving from Rob, but just bad luck with how he came back on the track. and the other cars behind. I can't even tell you who hit him, but in second place, we've got the car 6 of Craig Woods, and then Jamie Patton in that green car. Just been overtaken actually by Rizard Rizard. And then we've got Rob, that number 2 car. Unfortunate, unlucky. He's running 5th at the moment. But we are with the gray car of Mark Green. I was telling him, why are you running gray? You should be running green. Your name's Green. But maybe he's tired of, I'm sure he's been doing that for years. And Mark already coming up on lap traffic. That was the 5 and the 10 of Bailey Rice Draycott and Adrian Dew. He's already passed another car as I've been reading off their names. And he's going to be presently on the tail of number 4 car of Richard Bolt. Mark, where's this number 2 car, the second place car, I should say, is the number 6 of Craig Woods. I'm just trying to find out where he's at because he's so far back. I can't even, someone's already pitting. I think. Oops, someone upside down at the start of the straight. Watch your ankles, Marshall. Don't cross the track. Mark is about to catch up to Rob Scott already, who is that number 2 car who briefly got side by side with him. And then it'll be Rizard. And if I'm saying your name wrong, Rizard, I am truly and deeply sorry. I'm not sure whether it's just say Richard or Rizard. That was Rob Scott that Mark just passed. We're 3 minutes down, 27 minutes left to go. As I need to keep reminding myself, it's a 30-minute race, so we're going to see several pit stops during this race. So that is going to be Rizard that Mark has just passed just now at the start of the straight. Next car is Jamie. I know the green car at least. And then I believe Richard Bolt, Mark has already passed. Ooh, wow, threading the needle there. I hope you saw that. Mark coming into those S's. Smooth and flowing, yet high speed Halifax track. I was quizzing Mark why he doesn't run. Oh, dead car just to start it straight. And it's been hit again. The last thing you want. Mark pitting. Okay, let's find the number, second place car, Craig Woods let's follow Jamie in the green car, because I think that's Craig in front of him. I'm not sure, but these guys are at least top 3. Oh, Jamie's got body shell damage. You just see it on the front end. Mark already up to pass him. Hopefully Jamie's going to be pitting at some point so his mechanic can fix that body if it's fixable. Otherwise, they're driving with a severe tweak. 4 cars come in. No one picking them up. Where's your number 4 car's mechanic? Ah, tragedy. Craig Woods, car number 6, running second. Trying to find him on track. Some of these cars running invisible numbers. I'm not sure the number 6 is this quick. Sorry, just trying to reset. and find where everybody is. I think this Gulf-colored car is the number 6. No, it's the number 8. Number 6 is not running the right number or something. That's quite annoying. Meanwhile, he's not even second anymore. It's the number 3 car of Rizzard. And then that number 2 car of Rob Scott has managed to make itself back up into the lead, into 3rd place. Let's go to the start of the straight. It's the battle for 2nd. That's Rizzard, the lead car, in the car 3. And then Rob Scott started in the number 2. Meanwhile, just behind, literally just behind him on track, is Mark Green coming up to lap them all again. But let's stay with this 2nd place battle because this is the only battle on track at the moment of any note. Here we go. Now the Rizzard running a bit wide. Now Rob's right behind him. They touched. Mark still trying to get past. He's just wisely holding his place. No one is battling for him because the only Mark in the lead, the battle for 2nd, is just ahead of him. He doesn't need to get past him. He can just sit and wait and watch and make his way ahead when he can, just like that. So now Mark is in between these two. Let's see if he gives Rob any trouble getting past. Nope, none at all. So now order is restored. Mark is off and away. Let's stick with the 2nd place battle though. It's Rob Scott and Rizzard. Car number 2 in front now, and the car number 3 coming around the pit hairpin through the kink over the starting line into the S's. Starting down the main straight. Once again, getting a little wild there, Rizzard. And who's this coming up behind? Is that the car? Let me see this number. Car 5. Is that car 5 is not in the battle? That's Bailey. So hopefully, he's just as quick, but hopefully he doesn't try to stick his nose in because he should not be trying to make a lap up. There he goes. He's made a mistake and he's off. That's the car 8 just ahead of him, of Jamie Patton. Oh, Rizzard into the grass. So that's lost him a couple seconds. These cars are so quick. Mark is doing 15-second laps. It's a full second faster than Alex in a quote-unquote normal touring car. Rizzard trying to get past lap traffic. Now he's got a clear shot at Rob. Rob going into the pits. Let's follow Rizzard going around the S's. I think he's going to be coming in the pits. Then we can move back to Rob. And they might be closer together. There goes Rizzard. So we're back to Rob now coming out of the Parabolica into the infield. And around that pit kink. Oh, and there they are. They're together again, coming through the S's. Sorry, the straight. Both of them pretty quick. Rizzard going a bit wide around the Parabolica. Around the pit hairpin. Into those S's one more time. Got lap traffic. Throwing off the rhythm. Tight. Both of them good lines around there, even though with the lap traffic, there's a little bit of hesitation because sometimes you just don't know what the lap traffic is going to do. You're not quite sure what they're going to do. I used to be terrible when fast drivers would be coming up behind me. I just didn't know where to go. And it would just make me extra nervous. These guys don't have that trouble though. Their lap traffic is moving aside from them pretty easily. Rizzard taking a bad line over that berm going around the pit hairpin. So he's lost a few car lengths. Rob going nice and smooth. He's got Jamie now in between them, just coming out of the pits. Nope, Rizzard. Why is he hesitating there? He's hesitated twice coming out of the turns in the S's. He's lost a lot more space now. His back end seems to be wobbling. as Mark is coming up on Rizard now. So that means Mark's going to be coming up on... Okay, Mark's past Rizard. He's very hesitant. But still, that means Rob should have a massive gap, but he doesn't. So if Rizard could just drive just a bit smoother. He's a terrible time coming through those S's. I think his rear diff or something like that is getting a bit loose. Or it's too tight. I can't tell the difference. The car just doesn't seem to want to comply, but there they are. They're a little bit closer now. Ah, Rizard, big spin. Massive shame. So let's go back to Mark, just coming down the main street in that gray car. I was joking with him about being tarmac gray. You would think as you get older, you need the car to be brighter, or at least, you know, a specific color so people know that that it's you coming through, you know, fast guy coming through, and they can just see you and move out of the way, out of the corner of their eye. But seems to be doing just fine with this gray. I mean, it's quite distinctive. There's nobody else out there with a gray and white car. Mark just carving through the field. Coming down that straight, through the parabolica. Into the infield, around the hairpin, through the kink, over the start line, into the S's once again. Marshall making the way back to the pits, bending down nicely so it doesn't obscure the view for the drivers. Car is absolutely planted. I do wonder, I mean, the track must be a lot cooler than it was a couple of hours ago when they were, or at least the last time they were doing the qualifiers. So, no, and Mark comes in pits. So let's see who we can follow. We got Rob is coming to the pits. Let's follow Rizard, coming around the pit through the kink, the start line, and hope he doesn't immediately come into the pits. Got Rob just behind him on track. I think that's still the battle for second. It is. Technically, they're 3 seconds apart. Rob is just coming to the pits. Or sorry, Rizard coming to the pits. Let's follow Rob. Let's see if there's any. I don't think there's any. There's not a. It's still a battle for second. But Rob, who we're following, would have to have a really bad pit stop, or come upside down, or something happen to him. Rizard is going to have to hope that Rob has something happen to him. I'm watching Rizard off camera, and he seems to be driving a bit smoother. There's absolutely no chance that his mechanic would have been able to tweak anything with the diffs or change the tires or anything like that. He'd be, oh, and he's in the grass, and he's just been hit. Okay, so that's Rizard's challenge over for quite a while now. But Bob started second, and he's currently second. He's 8 seconds ahead of Rizard. Okay, so let's have a wee bit of a reset. There's a slight battle for fourth. The battle, Mark is he's 3 laps ahead of everybody. Rob Scott is 8 seconds ahead of Rizard. Bailey and Jamie, though, are just about 4 seconds apart, but it's just gone to 4 seconds from 3. So let me see where that battle is. Car 8 and car 6. Car 8 is the Gulf livery one. And Bailey, car 6 is the green one. Okay, so, and then he's just gone in the pits, so. Come on, people, let's have a battle here. reminded me of last week. It was all 30-minute races, and then we didn't have a huge amount of battling, and then suddenly it all just came together in the very final race.
As Frank's frustration boils over with him saying, "Come on, people, let's have a exciting race."
A 4-lap lead for Mark Green, and then everyone else spread out.
He's willing there to be an exciting race, and you go and watch the race in full. Don't worry. It's not disrespectful for us to talk over it because it's boring. You can watch it in full.
It's not boring.
It's not
building.
boring.
It's building up to a finish. It's tactical. It's the middle phase. It's terrible.
You can watch it in full on the YouTube channel tomorrow, though, so without us talking over it.
And saying it's terrible.
Yeah. Ollie's here.
Hooray!
Hello
and let's be honest, hang on. Those A finals in the touring cars weren't terrible at all, were they?
No, they were really good.
Excellent. Keep going. See, that's
there
at once.
There you go. So all done at Bedworth. Did you manage to check in with the last two finals?
Yep. So I saw I just pulled the results up as well. Yeah. So Zach got another win in the second final there. Ben coming through to finish in second place. Carl ending up in third. Zach kind of, to me, sort of looking pretty much in control again. It was his race, I think, this weekend.
Yeah, I must admit, I think, much as I like Bedworth, because I used to go to the old Bedworth track, which got shut down due to a weird row with the local rugby club.
Yeah, I remember that.
But that track, I'm going to say this now, it's too tight for a national.
Yep,
It's
too tight and it's too small for a modified and even 13.5. I think it's smaller than most indoor tracks that we've got. It's a great facility. It's perfectly flat. But I don't think the layout there creates very good racing. It's, you can even kind of see like the sweeper at the end of the main straight hasn't even got a curb. It's just dead flat, and people drive across the green there. So, they've done a great job with what they have there. Appreciate they have a small bit of land, but the hard bit is, I guess, we don't have 5 national quality tracks in the UK. That's the end of it. We've got 2, and then it's a case of trying to find other ones that are good enough to fill out a national calendar. So
hang on. So the two, what, West London and Cotswolds?
No, Cotswolds and Halifax. West London is a club track.
Okay, fair enough.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, we are at Halifax now.
Halifax and Cotswolds are fantastic facilities. They're fantastic tracks to go and race on. Bedworth is a great track to go and drive on, but in terms of racing on, it's hard work. And it's the tough thing. We do struggle for tracks in the UK for things like that, and we look at the tracks we've got around Europe, and watching the races in Italy and stuff this weekend. You see, I think that's a track that they've kind of brought back from the sort of dead almost, and we just we're not able to do that in the UK. We just don't have the funds and stuff available, so we have to make use of what we've got. And it's the drivers do like driving around it. It just doesn't create great racing there.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Obviously, we did a few touring car races this summer with the King of Clubs, and it was noticeable that West London produced the best racing. I think because it's got a couple of tricky points that can actually induce errors, but of course that was a level down. Of course, the people were dealing with there's a lot less errors, of course, in the top level of the national racing. But even so, we had a couple of good battles and overtaking. But it did seem that a quality driver holding his line was not going to be overtaken in that.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that's generally true in lots of tracks now for touring cars, because the braking distances are so short, and the tracks are pretty big in most cases, and mistakes you can just about get away with, and they're not often punished that much because somebody is, you kind of see it like in Formula One, almost with the DRS train. You've got to be quite a bit faster to be able to get past someone, and you don't have those gaps sometimes. If you get a few people out of position, then that sometimes makes it exciting and you get some good racing. But otherwise, it often tends to be, aside from crashes, they're coming back in the order they go out in.
Yeah, you've got the EWS coming up and also the international meeting. And one of the things you'll be doing, because you've got a blank sheet of paper with the big sports hall, is design the tracks. What is in your mind when you design the track? Are you looking for things that are easy to marshal? Are you looking for things that the lower quality drivers will be able to get round? Or are you looking for things that are going to produce fantastic racing in the A final?
It's a little bit of a mixture. To be honest, the weird thing is that the fantastic racing in the A final is almost the last thing on the list, because if you've got a good track overall, it will create some good racing regardless. There's a few. It's very difficult to say what can you design into a track that makes for great racing. There's a couple of kind of standard sort of corner complexes, which typically do that, which will be, for example, a longish left-hander followed by a short straight and then a tighter left-hander. You kind of see that something like Aldershot, where you've got the inside bowl, then a short straight, and then a tight corner the same direction, allows people to sort of set some moves up and things like that. But generally, when you're looking at an indoor track, I mean, there's plenty of things you've got to think about when you know, although it's a blank sheet of paper, you've got to think about things like, you know, the tape joins in the track. You've got to think about, okay, it's not a perfectly square layout that we've got to work with. You've got to think about, marshalling and how that's going to work. And then you just want to try and create something that's actually just got a nice flow to the track. That's the most important thing, that makes it nice to drive on. And you hope that creates great racing, but often it's, you know, the gaps between the cars are so close that you give someone a metre or 2 metres head start, they're not going to lose that in 5 minutes.
So it's not really a fault of the class. It's just the quality of people who are driving it now. So perhaps we should do that thing with Bernie Eccleston, throwing a bucket of water on every corner and get to slide off. But
you know, you saw sometimes in the King of Clubs races when we had wet tracks, that probably produced the most exciting racing, because suddenly the grip differs in each corner and different lines suddenly start to appear, and that's sometimes what makes it exciting. And you know, wet racing has its ups and its downs, but you know, often it does produce those sort of mixed up racing. I guess it comes down to, you know, what are you trying to do with racing? Do you want something that is entertainment and excitement for fans and people watching? In which case, wet tracks, bumpy tracks, things that don't quite flow and things make it difficult to drive. That creates more exciting racing, but that's not so fun for the drivers. And if, you know, we're a hobby that we're trying to get more people to drive, so you want the tracks to be as nice as possible for them. So,
Speaking of exciting racing. Speaking of exciting racing, meanwhile, on your screens, you can see that Mark Green is in the lead at Halifax.
I think it's 6 laps now, isn't it?
He's now 6 laps in the lead.
Not quite sure why Mark Green, you know, multiple European A finalist, is in the beginners class, but there we go. But I suppose you can choose where you want to be.
Can you draw any conclusions from that, Ollie?
Quick one. Do you think we're sitting here looking at touring car racing? We're not exactly saying it's broken. We're kind of frustrated with this problem. But the people who are driving it, do they see a problem? Are they happy with how things run?
It's interesting. I think most people, you know, if people aren't enjoying it, they'll go and do something else. That's the simple thing with the hobby. There's nothing to say you've got to keep coming doing this. And a lot of people are obviously doing it for the social aspect as well. And I think that's something that COVID has shown us as well, that actually you kind of go, well, the reason I miss racing isn't so much the racing; it's going and seeing everyone. But I think there is. I wouldn't agree that it's broken either. I think there's a difficult gap there, and I think it comes down to, you know, we've got a lot of classes. There's not so many people racing, and you kind of, as I said before, you don't get the strong fields the whole way through, which doesn't make it as exciting. If you had people that were, you know, much closer together in terms of times, then you might get a bit closer racing. But because that leads to a bit more mixed up grids from qualifying and things. So I think that's a part of it as well. But I think, you know, people are still going out there, so they're still racing, and if people are going still racing, then you can't say it's too broken, really.
Mm-hmm. Now, of course, the final for you. Thank you both. Thank you for being us all day. It's been fantastic. That's going to give you a chance to promote your international race, because interestingly, it was one of 3 races that Alex Hagberg name dropped, didn't he, about things he was going to do. So obviously he's been missing the UK since he's moved to Portugal.
Alex is looking forward to it.
He wants to be there. Any other big names? We're getting a Mark or the newly married Ronald or anything?
That's very much the hope and the plan. Obviously, the question mark is really around travel restrictions. You know, those guys have had a great time in coming to the last few years of the event, and you know, we're really pleased that it solidified itself not only on the UK calendar as a great race for British drivers, but also for those European names as well. And it's really quite humbling to hear someone like Alex mentioning it as one of the races he's looking forward to. And you know, we want to try and create that atmosphere that you don't. You know, you go to lots of these big European races, and whether they're Euros or whatever else they might be, and not everyone gets the chance to go to those for whatever reason. And we want to try and bring some of that for the UK drivers who don't get to do it. And you know, we've been really fortunate that people like Ronald and Mark and their sponsors have supported us in that way to enable them to come to the last few years. So we're really hopeful that they'll be able to do the same thing again. And again, people like Christopher Krapp, and then in the stock classes, Max Mackler and Martin Hoffer as well. I was talking to Martin a couple of days ago, and he's got it in his schedule. So fingers crossed it all works out for us, and we can have another great entry.
Brilliant.
Awesome.
Thank you, Ollie. Thank you so much for being with us all day. It's been fabulous to catch up with you again, and I hope you've now done your tax return.
Yes, let's say I have. Let's do that.
Thanks, Ollie. Catch you
Thanks,
later.
Matt. Thanks.
Let's rejoin Frank for the last 5 minutes and see if he's torn all his hair out.
Is Rizard going to be able to catch up to? We've got Rizard on screen. He is going to be desperately trying to get ahead, or stay ahead of this car just behind, who's, I think that's Craig Woods, who's 2 laps behind. Oh. They're both, follow him out of the pits. That's our battle for 4th. That's the 8 and the 3. Oh, Rizard. Oh, tragedy. Oh, and then Jamie goes off the track, but he doesn't need a marshal to help him. Rizard, does he have fuel on his tires or something? Oh. Our narrative. Where's our story gone? Oh, man. Let's see how this is falling out. We got 3 minutes left in this race. Jamie and Rizard, last time they crossed the line, had 13 seconds between them. That is not a battle. And Rizard goes off the track again. Well, as you can see on the timing, top right of the screen, we got Mark, Rob, Jamie, Rizard, and Craig. That's your top 5. We've got 2.5 minutes of this remaining. And I think we're just going to have to go back to Mark in that light gray car going into the S's, because Rizard is, I'm not sure what is happening. I mean, you have to deliberately drive that bad, or something is desperately wrong with your car. Very, very unfortunate for our battle for 4th. Meanwhile, this guy, Mark Green, what can we say that I haven't already said about other racers? Oops, getting past Jamie there. I think that's Jamie. Now, Mark flying past everyone, including Rizard once again. You can hear the other cars getting started. That's our GT8 A final. Mark coming through the infield, past the pit hairpin, past the King start line, or I should say finish line, into the S's. Down the main straight once again, into that parabolica. Very quick, great lines, nice and tight. Putting another lap down on this, I think that's Richard Bolt in the 4 car. Yes. How about that? I recognize someone's paint scheme who's not in the top 3. So, 30 seconds left. Almost the Mark Green Benefit Memorial calendar annual race of champions. He's 8 laps ahead of second place Rob Scott. Wow. Still putting down 15.1 second laps. Unbelievable. That is time. Mark Green, our winner. We are finishing his victory lap. Bam, done. That's another race in the books. Our 220 GTA final here at the BRCA 110th IC Nationals, round 6 at Halifax, UK. Obviously it's the UK, it's BRCA. But yeah, this is Halifax track. That was race 5. Finishing order, Mark Green, Rob Scott, Jamie Patton, Craig Woods, Rizard Kozakowicz, Adrian Dew, Richard Bolt, Bailey Rice Draycott. Not able to finish, John Walton and Chris Pryke. So, hope you enjoyed that. I think the next race, oh, look at that, we got a John Player special. Who is this? Car number 11, Pete Yafia. Didn't see him race before.
Wow. Well, I think Frank's gone. He was imploring all the gods you may worship to improve the quality of that final.
I think the fumes have gone to his head potentially.
I think an 8-lap victory followed by a 3-lap gap, followed by a 3-lap gap, followed by a 3-lap gap is not.
Tells you all you need to know.
Exactly. Had a very exciting first lap.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting that.
Indeed.
Very interesting. So thanks to Frank. The rest of the races from Halifax will be on your screens tomorrow on on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. You'll be able to watch them all there.
Everything.
As will you be able to watch all of the finals without us messing and talking over them.
All the races from Bedworth from about lunchtime, and all the races from Halifax from before lunch actually will be recorded and up, and you'll be able to see them. So if you want to particularly see a particular race, or you were at the event, or a friend of yours at the event, or you just like watching RC racing, which is not a problem at all. They're all fully commentated on, and they're all full screen. They're not sitting inside a frame.
Yes.
But I'd like to thank the frame people. X-Ray, thank you so much for your support of this event, and congratulations on the X4. And thanks to Alex and to Ollie for chatting to us. So it's great to have X-Ray with us, and they've obviously been part of our broadcast many times before in previous years. And thanks to MyLaps, who are the primary sponsor of last week's event as well. If you want things timed, you go to MyLaps.
Talk about the app. There's an app. There's a MyLaps app, which is absolutely fantastic, which you can use for practice on a open track
practice
day. There's a practice day. You can go to your track, and you can use your MyLaps app on your phone. And you get the same level of timing and scoring that you would at a Euros. It's absolutely fantastic. Download the MyLaps app and get it on your phone and get practicing with good timing.
And if you want to buy an X-Ray X4, you can't. They're all sold out.
They are all sold out.
But they have got more. They're making more in their very, 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 very impressive factory in Slovakia.
Yes,
they are. Very impressive factory. Did you go around? I went round.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
And also to say thank you to Martin Huddy for the pizza he bought me back in 2019.
Wow. Yes. Thank you to everybody who's joined us on the stream, either via watching or via commenting. There's been plenty of you commenting away, and that's been fantastic to watch that happening and to bring you in occasionally and talk to you and let you settle some arguments.
Yes.
Not that any arguments have been settled here.
No.
Nick is still as passionate as ever about certain things.
Yes.
We won't get into them now.
No.
It's been fantastic to talk to Alessio Mazzeo, who unfortunately didn't. Well, his race went wrong on the last lap.
Yes.
I am working now to see if we can get Silvio Heckler in, who won the race.
We're giving it a go.
But he's in. He says he's in, but he sees nothing.
I think he's in the wrong place.
He's in the wrong place. That's strange, isn't it? You continue the recap, and I'll send him another message.
Well, so we had a marvellous. What did we do? So we
went to Graz. We saw. Hey, there we go.
There we go. There's Silvio. There we go.
We've got Silvio. We're going to talk to the champion.
He looks very hot.
Yeah.
And that's in temperature, guys. Just hot, temperature-wise.
I think he looks very hot in all ways.
Oh, you're so in touch with femininity, aren't you?
Yes. We're going to get him on in a second. It was great to see the racing action over in Italy, in Sicily.
We've been to... Is it Sicily, was it?
Yeah, I believe so.
So we've been to Sicily, we've been to Brooklands with the trucks, we've been to Graz, we've been to Germany for the large-scale Sven Redebus 4-time German champion, we've been to Bedworth, and we've been to...
Let's bring him in.
Halifax and the Hoodie Arena.
Let's talk to Silvio, and congratulations on your win today. Hey, Silvio, how are you doing? Congratulations on your win today.
Thank you very much.
Few connection issues there. I think we have a slightly slow connection.
I hope you can hear me.
Just about.
Yeah,
Just
I saw in
about.
the hotel lobby. Teaching.
Well, it's better then.
Slightly better.
Wait
So
a moment.
tell us about the race, Silvio. How did it go for you? Because we know that Alessio had a problem on the last couple of laps. So how was the race for you?
Yeah, the race, as you probably know, in the second qualifier today morning, I crashed the car at the end of the straight. And afterwards, we had to rebuild the front of the car. So much work. But then the final, it was a little bit more difficult to drive because of the big tires, and I was very close to flip the car in every corner. But in the end, I was a little bit lucky with the. Oh, sorry, many cars here in.
No, it sounds great.
You sound great. You
sound
great.
And yeah, in the end, I was lucky that Alessio had to go to refuel 4 minutes 40 to the end. And yeah, so 2 laps before the end, I could overtake him and win the race. But it was not very enjoyable to drive the car in the final. But of course, very happy for the win.
Alessio was saying that the level of grip on the track was ridiculously high. It was very, very high grip on the track. How did that affect things?
Yeah, I arrived Thursday evening, so the Friday was just to find a setup, not to flip, and yeah, we then find a setup with a lot of weight in front of the car, and of course we used very small tires, so I think around 6 millimeters smaller than we usually use. So the qualifier was very good, but yeah, then after the crash and with the new bigger tires for the final, it was it was very, very difficult to drive. It was comparable to Fontana, to the World Championship in 2019.
That's good. So have you managed to do a lot of international races during the lockdown? Because there has been some nitro action going around. So you managed to get around about Europe at all?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Have you done a lot of international races over the course of the last couple of years?
Yeah, I mean in the last 2 years, because of COVID, it was a little bit difficult to drive that many races. But yeah, I did some races. For example, last year I drove the ENS Championship, and 2 years ago the Worlds. During this year, I didn't attend the ENS. I attend the Italian Championship and still attending the Swiss Championship. I drove the Trofeo Costruttori 2 weeks ago. Yeah, some international races, but not too much because of the situation of the virus. Yeah.
What's next for you, Silvio? What race are you doing next after this?
The next race will be the last round of the 2021 Swiss Championship. Simon and I, we are equal on points, so
wow.
it will be very interesting. Yeah, the Swiss Championship will be decided who win the last race, I hope. And yeah, and then probably in December we go to Miami for the last race of the year.
Well, that's all right.
Very nice.
Miami.
Yeah,
Very nice.
Oh, you found a friend.
Christian Boni joined me, yeah. And yeah, I see Lo Stallo in the background of you, but Lo Stallo is already over this year. So no more Lo Stallo.
Yeah. Well, Silvio, congratulations for today. You've done fantastically well, and thank you for coming on and talking to us.
Thanks, Silvio.
And we'll see you at the track.
Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You see,
There we
finish with a winner.
On a high.
On a winner.
Yes.
With a high. They finished the second week of the Efra RC Motorsport Live Link Up, which may be back in 2022.
It may be. Thank you to Efra, thank you to X-Ray, and thank you to MyLaps. This has been the X-Ray RC Motorsport Europe live link-up. You've been watching racing from all around Europe. You can watch it all again tomorrow in glorious Technicolor without us all over it. Yeah, really. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Cheerio, chaps.
Goodbye.